Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our conference again. This is our second day. I hope you all enjoyed the inspiring session yesterday and had a pleasant evening. Building on the stimulating discussion from yesterday, it is my great pleasure and honor to host today's first session, Session 3, Digital Archive and Cultural Heritage. My name is Hohyun Liu from Korea University. And this morning's session brings together three presentations that explore how digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and creative methodologies are transforming our understanding and preservation of cultural heritage. To ensure that we can make the most of our limited time, I will keep my own remark very brief and invite all presenters to stay within the allotted time so that we can have a meaningful discussion afterward. So let us begin now. Our first presentation is titled Bringing the Past Alive, Digital Classics, Intelligent Dialogue, and Creative Generation. It will be delivered by Professor Wang and Wenqi from Peking University, China. Their work shows how AI moves cultural heritage beyond static preservation, making it creative, interactive, and shared through cross-cultural collaboration. Professor Wang and Li, the floor is yours. Let us welcome them with big hands.
Okay, everything is ready. It's really my honor to be here to share our research work with all of you. And first of all, please let me to congratulations on your 120 years anniversary for the Korean University. I'm from the Digital Humanities Center at Peking University. And the Digital Center at the Peking University is a cross-disciplinary platform dedicated to developing AI tools and resources for humanities scholars and students. In recent years, we have carried out several projects focused on ancient Chinese books, as these corpora are among the most vital yet most difficult material for humanities studies. Compared with other Asian civilizations, China has the longest continuous record of history, along with an exceptionally rich collection of texts preserved over thousands of years. These ancient books are treasured resources carrying knowledge and ideas that have shaped Chinese history through the ages. So it's a long history to have the PPT showed out. From antiquity to the present, these ancient books has passed through a succession of media environment, from oracle bone to bamboo slip to paper manuscript and printed paper, and finally into today's digital forms. Each stage of media transformation reshapes our access to and understanding of the intellectual legacy preserved in ancient books, and at the same time, open new ways to transmit, use, and engage with them. Now we stand on the threshold of new transformation, the AI-mediated environment that will further reshape how we preserve, interpret, and engage with the classics, extending our capacity far beyond that of the previous media stage. With LLM, such as ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Sora, and Whale, we are yet entering a field rich with imaginative, creative, and aesthetic potential. So, what new possibility will AI open up for how we access, explore, and experience cultural heritage? Cultural heritage, especially ancient book, has lasted through thousands of years. To imagine what we might create with AI for these resources, I think we must first look back at an early era to see how knowledge in ancient book was reshaped whenever the media environment changed. From this retrospection, we can then envision what the AI might bring to cultural heritage. This is the first part of my talk. Based on this understanding, we have developed several platforms to empower humanities scholars with AI. These platforms are already open access on internet, and thousands of users, tens of thousands of users are using them every day. I will invite Dr. Wenqi Li. She sat back in the control desk because he needs to operate on her computer. I will invite Dr. Li to demonstrate this system lively later on. This is the second part of my talk. Finally, I will introduce the competition we organized last July, which attracted a creative team from around the world to explore imaginative ways of reinterpreting cultural heritage through various AI tools. Broadly speaking, the content preserved in ancient book has passed through three major stages of media transformation: the oral tradition, the writing and printing tradition, and the digital environment, which now evolved further into the AI environment. Each time the medium changed, the content carried in the ancient book gained liberation in a new way. The oral tradition is the age of Confucius, Socrates, and Siddhartha. In the oral tradition, human knowledge was transmitted from person to person for most year, from memory to memory. In this tradition, after the human knowledge was recorded as text, then reproduced through printing, knowledge was liberated from the human mind. It no longer depended solely on memory, but could be preserved in books and transmitted widely through publication. When the information environment shifted from printing to digital and networked medium, knowledge was encoded in electronic form, freed from the limit of paper. It can now be transmitted instantly across the world. This was the second liberation. Knowledge no longer tied to its physical carrier, but circulated globally in digital network. Today, we are entering a third liberation. Generative AI enables not only long text, but also image, video, and multimodal content to be created from a simple prompt. In this new environment, knowledge is no longer tied to a single form of representation. Image and video can be generated from a simple text, and the text can be produced to describe the image. Furthermore, a lively conversation can even be generated from the written paper, and so on and so forth. For cultural heritage, this ability of the intellectual information environment opens new possibility. The culture and knowledge preserved in ancient book are no longer bound to the written page. A text can be converted into a structured table that extract and organize key facts. The table can be then expanded into a knowledge graph that shows the connection among people, place, and events. And beyond that, we can design AI agents that use this representation to analyze the text, answer questions, and even carry out complex research tasks. In this way, static knowledge becomes vivid, interactive, and engaging, enabling audience today to enter into a more dynamic dialogue with wisdom of past. Based on this understanding, we have developed several platforms for public access. The first is 十点古籍. It transforms ancient Chinese book into public digital asset accessible on the internet. It represents the shift from the paper environment to the digital environment. The second is 无语点. It enables users to convert textual sources into structured table and a knowledge graph, and to build their own AI agent for research. It represents the transition from the digital environment to AI environment. The last is 原点. This project generates painting in the style of Tang Dynasty. It responds to user prompt, transforming textual description into visual rendering. Now, I will invite Dr. Wenqi to give us a live demonstration of this system. Please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm sitting back here. I'm sorry, due to some limitation, I can't operate the laptop up front. So it's okay that you cannot see my face as long as you can focus on our awesome platforms here. The first platform that I'm gonna introduce is the 十点 platform, which represents the second liberation that Professor Wang has just mentioned. It transforms the physical format ancient books into digital formats. And as you can see here, we now have over 36,000 Chinese ancient books already digitized on this platform. So if we look at one of the ancient texts here, is the 论语, also known as Analects of Confucius. And you can see that the scanned image of the ancient book and all the digitized text are laid out here side by side. And also, for a reader, if you're not proficient with ancient Chinese reading, and when you select the text, it will directly highlight it on the image for you to see the corresponding text on the original version. And then also, you could open toggle to show up the translation, whether in modern Chinese or English, to help you understand. And what's more important is that everything named entity, no matter whether a person or a place or a book, are all linked to the Chinese version of Wikipedia. And if you have more questions, with the power of LLM, now you could ask in-context questions. For example, I could type, please summarize, okay. Please summarize, sorry, the chapter in English, and then this will provide, the LLM will provide the answer for this chapter and according to this book. So as you can see, we have 36,000 books already digitized on the platform, and it's the largest open access AI facilitated reading platform for ancient Chinese books. And what makes this all happen is actually the AI facilitated digitization platform that we have on the back end of the platform. So in this collation, this digitization platform, you could do ancient text digitization tasks, such as the most simple OCR correction, like organizing the structure of a book, and also like multi-version comparison, and punctuation annotation, named entity annotation, and even translate annotation. And this also has a crowdsourcing function that anyone around the world can claim text to participate in this digitization effort. So here are some tasks that are already claimed. Let's take a look at the OCR correction task. As you can see that all the characters are already segmented and boxed for you to see. And if you see here is an extra box that's mistake, you could delete it. And once everything is correctly segmented, you could see that AI has already pre-recognized all the text. And these blue ones are highlighted by AI, saying that the AI is not confident about the results, so that you could pay more attention. And if you see something wrong, then you could make correction, and all the corrections are made in orange colors. So this is the OCR correction task. And I'll quickly show, this is the named entity annotation task, which I believe many digital humanities researchers are interested in. And AI has already recognized all the time, people, and places, and then you could do the manual correction on this platform very easily. So after you finished all the digitization and collation tasks that's on this platform, the ancient book is ready to be published, and then everyone in the world can read the ancient books published in this platform. So now that the platform is open accessible around the world, every individual and institutes can digitize their own books and maybe choose to publish them for public reading. And we have already connected with several overseas institutes. For example, we collaborated with Harvard Yanjing Library, and they have authorized us with all their metadata and book images, and we have helped them to digitize all their rare book, Chinese book collections, and we have established a dedicated portal for this collection. And so here is the full collection that you can see. So if your institute or yourself has any like requirements or needs for digitization of ancient materials, we are more than happy to collaborate with you to work on it.
Yes, I just have one comment. Basically, you don't need to go to library to find the ancient Chinese book, because we have already accumulated more than 30,000 ancient books, and end of this year we anticipate that will be over 100,000. So for scholar's use, you can find almost all you need in our platform, and with AI assistant. And if the current library want to digitize your current ancient book, we can help freely, openly. Please.
Okay, so that's the Shidian platform, which gives you some feelings about how we transform physical format ancient books to digital formats. And then here I'm gonna demonstrate the platform of Weidian, which can help us understand, give us a more concrete understanding of how knowledge can be fluidly represented and transformed across text, images, or data, or conversational agents, any interactive formats you want. So to save us some time, I have some pre-created projects here. One is from text to structured data, and the other is image to structured data. So we can see here this is the project that we were doing to digitize, to structurize some inscriptions from tombstones in ancient times, or what we call epitaphs. And then what I have done is I pre-configured all the fields that I want to extract from the unstructured text, such as the tombstone name and the owner of the tombstone, his birth year, year of pass away, and buried location, and his title. And so this is the unstructured text that I uploaded, and with just one click, the AI will do its magic, and everything is pulling up here. This is the owner of the tombstone, and this is the year that he passed away. So you could download this Excel to do further computational analysis. And here is another example that's showing how we can annotate image directly. So if, for example, I have some archaeological artifacts here, and I want to let AI to do its homework to annotate all the shape characters, the forming techniques, patterns, and maybe recognize any text in script on it. So this is what I have created earlier, and I could define to output in English or in Korean, in every language that you would like. So these are how I transform from text and images to structured data on Wuyudian. But this data transformation is only the foundational and first step of the knowledge transformation. Building on these data, everyone on Wuyudian can create their own agents. For example, this is the agent that I created using the Hohyun library metadata. And for this agent, once you create it, you could share it with anyone, and everyone could ask questions about it. For example, I have a question typed in here, like list all the books related to Korea and output in English. So what Wuyudian will do is that it will search for the data sets that's already uploaded or processed in the platform. As we can see that it has expanded the searching keywords to all the possible relations, and then it's querying the data set it has. And these are all the data that you upload on your own, so there's no need to worry about hallucination. And so, as we can see, once he finished querying the data sets, we can see that it's providing some answers, like already organized, like historical and diplomatic records, and comprehensive historical works, military and strategic works, geography and ethnographic records. And these are all the ancient Chinese books that are related or somehow recorded something about Korea. And we also have a version here that I asked them to output in Korean, but I don't understand Korean, so it's up to you to, maybe you can tell me whether it's correct. So this is the conversational agents that's building on the top of your own data. And then with the agent, what you can do is to create more forms of knowledge representations, whether knowledge graph or visualizations. So this is the website using the agents that Chinese literary students created within 2 days, just prompting the conversational agents without any programming techniques. And it's interactive because you can see it shows up how the authors of the rare book collection of Hohyun is distributed, and how many books that has multiple authors and the list of authors, and you could search. And then also here is the co-authoring network analysis. And you can link to the external databases as well to show the person's detail. So this is the Wuyudian platform that give us the knowledge about how we can transform text to data and images to data.
Yeah, and all of this work can be generated by your natural language prompt and instruction. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And everybody can build your own AI agent in our platform. Wenqi demonstrated example with a collection of Howard Yanqing libraries collection, and you can upload your own data, your own material, and have all of them processed automatically.
Okay. Please. Yeah. So to the data and to the conversational agents, and what if you want to add a little creation or imaginary to your ancient text reading? So here is the platform that we can transform text to creative images. For example, this is building on some training data of Tang paintings. If you can choose how you want to illustrate a Tang Dynasty lady. For example, I can select the floral hairstyle, a red hairband, and maybe playing a flute while riding a horse. And then we can ask it to start creating images. So while we waiting for it to create, and this is another portal that we created using the Song Dynasty painting, and it's more focused on the sceneries like the natural mountains or lakes, and we can directly input some Chinese poems, and it will generate such images. So I think it's still working on it, but we can come back later once Professor Wang continue with his presentation.
You can access the website from Wenqi and have your own photo uploaded. And then you will become a beautiful lady in Song Dynasty or Tang Dynasty, as you wish.
Okay, that's all for my demonstration. I head back to Professor Wang.
My colleague in Korean University invited me, and they thought I came for communication, for academic communication. But in fact, I came for exploring the international market for our system. Just joking, just joking. And yesterday, I had already acquired a new user for our system. A very nice Korean university student has tried our system to extract information from a famous work of Korean literature. I think all of you know this. It's very famous in Korean. Here is a screenshot that she sent me. Please help me check the accuracy of the result. Perhaps a dedicated Korean language model will help improve the quality of the automatic processing. In fact, the Hohyun platform can process material in any language. In Peking University, we have a visitor from Vietnam, from the Spanish, and from the Arabic. All this kind of language can be processed. Yeah. And I think that this kind of system will greatly enhance scholars' ability to work with multilingual sources. The idea of Hohyun platform is to let users set the scope of the material that they want to work with. This is different from the general large language model because it's collected data from the internet. And then the user can select the most suitable model for processing. OpenAI, Gemini, or Chinese large language model like DeepSeek or Tianwen. From there, they can then build their own dedicated AI research assistant. This research assistant can take instruction in natural language and carry out a wide range of research tasks, just as Wenqi demonstrated, including text analysis, statistical chart generation, GIS visualization, and even web construction. With this example, we can say that the real power of AI technology is that it enables everyone to take part in this kind of creative work and to engage directly with cultural heritage. Last July, just 3 months ago, together with the Capital Library of Beijing, we hosted a public competition on AI-based creative work exploring cultural heritage resources in library. 3 libraries, the Capital Library of Beijing and the Howard Yanqing Library, Zhejiang University Library, provided a selection of treasured ancient books and classical painting as source material. The competition attracted more than 200 teams worldwide, including participants from MIT, Howard University, National University of Singapore, and some universities from South Korea. Participants applied various digital and AI technology, such as multimodal large language model, VR and AR gaming and animation, to create interactive and visualized artwork. The selected award-winning work are now exhibited online, and here is the website address, including animated short film, VR learning game, interactive website, and mixed reality installation. Let me show you some award-winning entries and example. It should play. Can you help me to play the video?
It's very slow.
Just click the.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just click the button.
Yeah, the laptop is working.
This is
slow.
a beautiful animated story based on the Peking Pavilion, a well-known Chinese literature produced by a team from the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Just a few seconds play to give you an expression. Yeah, I'm sorry that the music cannot be played out because of the technical resolution. Okay, let's go to the next page. Next page. Here, yeah. Here is the web game based on a famous Song Dynasty painting, which was designed by a team from the art school of Nanjing University. The element of the painting was extracted, described, and used as interactive components for the player in the game. The last one I want to show you is an incredible work. It was created by 3 second-grade elementary students, 3 children. They produced a comic-style picture book on ancient Chinese agriculture knowledge, a vivid example of how AI empower young learners far beyond their age. Next year, maybe Peking University and Korean University can hold this competition together. In general, these works show us how AI can move cultural heritage beyond simple being preserved, making it something creative, interactive, and shared. They gave us a glimpse of what's possible when you use digital and AI tools to imagine our tradition, and we can expect much more in the future as AI keep advancing and as people work together across country and culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang and Li, for your fascinating and conceptually rich presentation. As a researcher of China study myself, I believe this work will help me a lot. Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to our second presentation. Our second presentation is the future of heritage archives, AI-based methods for recording and access by Professor Jongwook Lee of Korea National University of Heritage. He will define digital heritage survey, survey the current status of heritage archiving, and outline AI-enabled future for recording and access. Professor Lee, floor is yours. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I will be presenting on the future of heritage archives, AI-based method for recording and access. My name is Jongwook Lee. I'm affiliated to Department of Digital Heritage in Korea National University of Heritage. Let me introduce myself briefly. I'm associate professor at KNUH, and I'm director of Commerce Center at my school, and I also member of E-commerce Korea. My research background is based on heritage study in bachelor degree, and I finished my master's degree and PhD in engineering at KADH. Okay, I want to introduce my school briefly. My school is specialized in the heritage studies and education, and my school is divided to college and graduate school. And at the graduate school of Korea Heritage, department is divided to traditional technology such as conservation and restoration, and digital heritage technology for heritage industry. Department of Digital Heritage is based on convergence of heritage expertise and digital technology. We operate the graduate school course that trains professionals who can produce, manage, preserve, and dissemination digital heritage in the cultural industry. And I'm managing Heritage Information Lab. We research heritage archives, education, and exhibition content. We are developing digital curation and information visualization, intelligent platform, and AI storytelling with museums and archives. We also are carrying out international projects such as construction of a digital heritage center in Egypt and the design of a digital heritage curriculum in Saudi Arabia. Our research part is heritage information research. Our research encompasses several interconnected fields. We conduct heritage information research and data analytics and information visualization and AI-based digital service. Our work spans digital heritage curation, digital archiving, and digital humanities and human-computer interaction. You can see the digital heritage curation process from creation and acquisition and processing, refinement, and storage and management and utilization and sharing. And final part is about the reuse of digital heritage. First, I want to introduce the concept and importance of digital heritage. Museums and heritage organizations today face two critical challenges. There are an exponential growth in the quantity of digital data, and second is about the purposes and types of data creation have become increasingly diversified. This combination creates a complex landscape of digital information that requires sophisticated management approaches. For example, museums and heritage organizations are facing an explosion of data of various types and formats. This includes 3D objects such and XRF data and reflectance transform imaging and gigapixel data per high resolution image. And also they deal with the infrared spectroscopy and computed tomography for heritage conservation. Each of these technologies generates unique data sets that requires specialized handling and preservation method. Another challenge is the change of value of heritage. Nowadays, the heritage is divided to cultural heritage and natural heritage and intangible heritage. Preservation and management and utilization of digital heritage varies by type of heritage. And also, it is increasing value of the relationship between various heritage types under the comprehensive value of heritage. So, for the digital heritage, we have to connect the value of various heritage types. We can see the definition of digital heritage, which is defined by UNESCO. They say the digital heritage consists of unique resources of human knowledge and expression. It embraces cultural, education, and scientific and administrative resources, as well as technical and legal and medical and other kinds of information created digitally or converted into digital form from existing analog resources. And digital heritage can be divided to two categories. First of all, there are born digital heritage, which includes game contents and virtual and augmented reality content and media art. Second, there is the digitized heritage, which encompasses scanned text and 3D architectural heritage and scientific images. Different types of digital heritage require different preservation and management and utilization approaches and strategies. As you know, nowadays, there are many increasement of born digital heritage in digital era. I want to talk about why the digital archive is necessary and important nowadays. Digital archive is a system for storing and maintaining and accessing digitized materials. And digital archiving is activity about the long-term management of a digital object deemed to have enduring value. And the activity of selecting valuable digital resources and preserving and managing their content and functionality and making them accessible for the long term is digital archiving's important aspect. We also talk about the digital curation. Digital curation is actively managing and preserving data and adding value to it so that it can be used and reused now and in the future. We can see digital curation life cycle model. It is very important around the world. And we can talk about the data conceptualization and create or receive and appraise and select, ingest and preservation action and store and access, use and reuse, and transform. According to this life cycle, we have to make the strategy to preserve and management and utilization of digital heritage data. Now we have to talk about the importance of digital heritage. Digital heritage can revitalize the national heritage industry and international exchanges. It revitalizes culture and media industry and local economies by building immersive contents based on heritage data and information. And it can promote the international exchanges and ODA projects through digital heritage in Korea. In the second session, I want to talk about the current status of digital archiving of heritage. For this, the digital heritage curation process involves multiple stakeholders and stages. It begins with creation and acquisition and processing and refinement and storage and management and utilization and sharing. And it can be reused by public activities. We can talk about the digital heritageization. In this process, data can be transformed and used, and simultaneously, the heritage value can be changed and made by professionals and public. So, for the digital heritage archiving, we have to archive the data and value. For the digital heritage creation, we employ several key technologies. It's about the three-dimensional scanning. This technology is for recording the surface, form, and color of artifacts in 3 dimensions. And next one is RTI. RTI is reflectance transformed imaging that contributes to precise recording and preservation of detailed information about artifacts. Final one is the gigapixel imaging to digitize paintings in ultra-high resolution to see cracks and brush stroke and fine details. For the intangible cultural heritage document, various document technology and analytic techniques can be used. Motion capture technology is the technology which records the movement of people or objects as digital data and precisely measures body movements such as motion and posture through infrared sensor. Volumetric technology is a little different. With motion capture technology, they use 360-degree angle cameras at any time, which is great for intangible heritage preserving. And AI analytics technology can be used for pose extraction and motion classification and creation and reconstruction. For the natural heritage, such as the specimen, we can talk about 3D scanning technology, such as documentation activity, including recording the biological and morphological and environmental context of specimen. We can document the specimen's appearance and texture and color using high-resolution equipment, including fur and feather. We can collect anatomical data using CT scans and X-rays to record the internal structure of specimens. And we used AI-powered geometry prediction and data platform to reconstruct hidden or destroyed part of a specimen. As you see, recent digital heritage technology is focused on digital heritage creation and documents. Another example is about the documentation of architectures. You can see the Notre Dame Cathedral and Temple of Palmyra in Syria. In Korea, Sungnaemun Gate is created by the BIM technology, and in Japan, Shuri Castle is reconstructed by the structure from motion algorithm and extracted 3D geometry data from overlapping images. For the digital heritage processing and refinement, we can see the scan to BIM technology, which convert the point cloud data to the BIM data, and they can use PointNet++ model algorithm allow U to build architectural elements such as walls and columns and ceilings. And convolution neural network and graph neural network can be used to reconstruct the distorted architectures. For the documentary heritage, we can see several key technologies such as OCR technology, which automatically recognize characters in images and convert them into digital text. And we can see the natural language process, which can digitize and analyze massive text from documents using NLP and text mining technologies. And network analytics can show the relationships between the historical elements. And topping modeling can be used to digitize local manuscripts, analyzing them for keywords and themes to discover topics. In the archaeology, they can use the drawing automation technology, which can quickly design the drawings and that were previously created by hand, and increasing accuracy and reduce man hours. And they use cloud-based collaboration and AI-powered data platform to integrate the archaeological data. So I want to talk about the future of digital archiving of heritage based on my projects and other famous projects. I want to talk about the Digital Heritage Intelligence Platform project. It is an AI-based digital heritage platform that standardizes these digital cultural heritage data and supports specialized heritage service and globally competitive content creation. It includes the establishment of standards for the generation, transformation, and processing, and analyzing and visualization of digital heritage data, such as artifact data, and exhibition data, and conservation data, and digital assets. For this data platform, we define the data structure and data elements, which are project, work, instance, item, structures. Work is about the artifact information, and instance is digitized process information, and item is the digital data. They can have interconnected relationships. So in the platform, we can conclude and propose the conclusion of searching with our interconnected informations. This is our platform, the Digital Heritage Intelligence Platform. Users can search the artifact information and conservation information, and they can see the connections between informations. And I want to show our labs, the information visualization project process. First one is archive information visualization. Our heritage archive information visualization system focuses on Joseon Dynasty paintings. The system accumulates patterns and icon information and descriptive information and research materials and video information on Joseon Dynasty painting. It develops data upload and metadata editing tools and visualization modules. It supports visualization of artifacts through diverse perspectives based on artist and location and subject keywords. You can see the various information types with the dynamic the criteria such as the artist and the locations. It is our 3 years project, and it was finished last year. From now on, I want to introduce our recent project, which is connected past projects for information visualization. Hello is the integrated word, the heritage and flow. You can see the searching flow with this project, and you can access the digital heritage data using the generative AI technologies. There are 2 modules to show the data flow. First one is data connection and data searching process in the 3D environment. And next one is the information visualization based on the generative AI. Users can access to existing heritage information sites with our system. And next one is to access the digital heritage data. Users can make their virtual artifacts with generative AI based on our data set and algorithms. They can select the era and the usage and the texture and making the virtual things, and system can recommend the similar one which user make. And this system connect another digital curation platform to restore the heritage information and exhibition information and conservation data. This system is application of ontology-based data structure and data standards. It visualizes the contextual relationships within 3D cultural heritage knowledge network. It enabled the autonomous exploration by both non-experts and semi-experts through generative AI. It provides information on actual artifacts and resources most similar to user-generated artifacts. For this system, we collected data from 200,000 collections. In the data process stage, data from 190,000 artifacts were refined to extract key metadata attributes such as era, material, and purpose, and nationality. The data model was designed with a 4-layer structure, work, project, instance, and items. To implement metadata relationships, we utilized the BERT model based on the transformer architecture to extract semantic information of artifact description text and generate the similarity matrix between metadata attributes through cosine NOE index algorithm. Next one is the AI-based storytelling. It secures 174 types of icons and 45,000 tagging data through tagging of patterns and icons in calligraphy and paintings. It derives additional non-visual information such as emotional information from cultural heritage to enhance the non-visual storytelling elements. Final output is about the recommendation storylines based on storytelling topics are determined based on the visitor's profile. We can talk about the future of the intangible cultural heritage archive. It is the memory twin for preserve the intangible cultural heritage. We present example of documenting ICH using cutting-edge technologies such as motion capture and volumetric video and XR, VR, and multisensory data. We emphasize the importance of ensuring academic reproducibility and transparency through integrated records of data and metadata and paradata, which is related with interpretation. We reflect social meaning, memory, storytelling, and community engagement in digital documentation and exploring relationships through knowledge graph-based visualization. For the architectural heritage archiving, we can recommend the AI-driven platform for virtual reconstruction of cultural heritage. It establishes a collaborative digital preservation and reconstruction platform for heritage sites that have only partially remained and fragmented. By adopting a data, metadata, and paradata structure, the platform will ensure transparency in the process of evidence and interpretation and hypothesis. We can enhance the data platform of National Archive, and we can make the context-oriented search environment and fostering the international collaborative ecosystem. Final one is about the natural heritage, the archiving. It is not our example. I can introduce the Lepic Anadol's digital art. The name is Machine Hallucination Project. Uses the AI algorithm to create a loom. Digital art that visually reconstructs natural heritage image data. And he developed the large natural model, LNM, the world's first nature-specific open-source generative AI model. Next one is hyperrealistic access for preservation of natural heritage. It creates an SL library containing the weather, seasons, and sounds, and terrain, and soil, and more for use in films, and dramas, and games, and more. It records the biological, and morphological, and environmental context of the animal specimens. It is a little different, a little problem. It is also the Lepic Anadol's works, which I mentioned. His data includes the material from Smithsonian and Natural History Museum in London, as well as the photos and sounds and 3D scans from 16 rainforests around the world. In this work, he calls the attention to importance of ecosystem health to sustainability of the planet. And users can explore the possibility of advanced technology to record and appreciate nature. Yeah, it's real final presentation. We can talk about the utilization of standardized framework for integrated use of digital images. We can develop open API supporting sharing, zooming, and comparison and annotation of high-resolution images. And we can propose a standardized model for data exchange between Korea, cultural institution, and European, and Asian, and Chinese, and Japanese data exchange model for cultural exchanges. Okay, thank you for attending my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your visionary presentation on Korea's archive of cultural heritage. Let's give him a big hands again. Our third and final presentation in this session is by Professor So Miyagawa from the University of Tsukuba, Japan. And the title is Intertextuality Studies in the AI Revolution. This presentation contrasts LLM-based analysis with established computational approaches, clarifying strengths, limits, and best use cases. Professor Miyagawa, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much.
Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you so much. 감사합니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 미야가 소입니다. 반갑습니다. Thank you so much for having me here, and congratulations for 120-year anniversary of Korea University, and thank you so much for inviting me, Korea University and KADH. My name is So Miyagawa from Tsukuba University. I will talk about this kind of intertextuality studies in the AI revolution. First of all, I'm Egyptologist and Coptologist and also linguist, trained in Germany. And I worked for a 5-year project of making digital archives of Coptic manuscripts and Coptic corpus. I will talk about Coptic later. In Germany, as a wissenschaftlicher Mitarbeiter, I don't know how to translate it in English, research fellow at the German Research Foundation Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, Sonderforschungsbereich, sorry, there are so many German words. Special research domain, or it is translated as collaborative research center, Bildung und religion, education and religion in the Mediterranean world. So I was trained in Germany, so I will talk about many stuff about my project in Germany first, and I will talk about the continuous project I'm doing in Japan, but also in the collaboration with my German colleagues. So let's get started. And the story began from my dissertation, which was submitted in 2022. And this is just kind of result of the project, sub-project of Coptic Studies, this collaborative research center in Germany, funded by German Research Foundation. And I used Tracer software, which was also developed in Germany, funded by the Ministry of Education and Research. And I did kind of text reuse detection analysis, which analyzed like intertextuality between Coptic literature from the 4th to 5th century and Coptic translation of the Bible, especially Old Testament and especially Psalms. Especially there, I used writings of the Coptic monastic leaders of the 4th to 5th century in Upper Egypt, Shenute and Besa. And this is my dissertation, and you can find it online. And Coptic, so I will talk about Coptic and 한국어로는 kopt어입니다. Coptic. Coptic is the final stage of the ancient Egyptian language. So yeah, you can see like hieroglyphs on the right top side corner. Yeah, Coptic is like a descendant of ancient Egyptian. And ancient Egyptian is belonging to Afro-Asiatic language family, which has like Semitic branch, Berber branch, Cushitic branch, and so on. And Coptic is the, as I said, last stage of ancient Egyptian. The ancient Egyptian has the longest history of writing records. The oldest attestation was from approximately 3,250 years BCE. So yeah, like oldest attestation was 5,000 years ago. But Coptic is like written in Greek alphabet plus some demotic letters. And it has it had been established around yeah, it depends because there are many attestations of so-called Old Coptic scripts, which is like a try and error of writing ancient Egyptian in Greek alphabet, but it was standardized around like 3rd century and 4th century, especially 3rd century, and this language, Egyptian language written in Coptic alphabet, is called Coptic. And Coptic is still used as a liturgical language at Coptic Christian churches, like Coptic Orthodox churches. There are also churches in Korea, South Korea, and also Japan. And also in the late antiquity, there are many variable religious literature, like early Christianity literature, early monastic literature, Manichaean literature, and Christian Gnostics literature, and so on. And yeah, after or around, during my dissertation work, there was a kind of big revolution of artificial intelligence in the natural language processing area, like 2017, like Transformer was published, and the 2018 BERT and so on were published, and like also ChatGPT in 2022 or 23. But yeah, there are so many great tools were made and published in artificial intelligence field. And also there are many people who try to apply artificial intelligence to ancient Egyptian Coptic. For example, OCR, optical character recognition, has been well developed by Lisa Sophia Linke in Berlin. It is for Coptic. And also post-tagging, tokenization, lemmatization, universal dependency tagging are already available by Coptic Scriptorium project, which is funded by National Endowment for the Humanities in the United States. And also two young, very good, great, excellent colleagues from Williams College developed Coptic machine translation called Coptic Translator. And also, before Coptic, for ancient Egyptian, like there are many various NLP tools by Sanchez, De Cao, Barucci, Hohyun, and so on. And also OCR by Nederhoff and so on. However, there is no LLM which can process ancient Egyptian Coptic enough, except for a few such as Claude Sonnet and Opus. And we just, with my colleague from Switzerland, Wanna, we did kind of evaluation of machine translation quality of ancient Egyptian. With various LLMs like GPT-4 and Claude 3.5, and Gemini 2.0. Yeah, but they are not as good as for modern languages. Especially Claude is quite good, but I will talk about it later. Now I will talk about it. This is our paper by Audrey Shalbana and me, and yeah, it's a bit difficult to see, but we use various criteria, major metrics like blue, sacré bleu, TR, Meteor, Rouge, and Levenstein distance, and so on. There are so many. And we found like Claude is very good at translating Coptic and ancient Greek. So I tried to use Claude to make better translation. So first I tried to fine-tune Claude, but it takes so much cost and time. And yeah, one of my sorry. Yeah, okay. I will talk about it later. But one of my colleagues, 3 of my colleagues from Japan, who created Humanitex Antiqua. It is like a RAG-enhanced model or app where you can talk with, for example, Socrates, or Plato, or Aristotle. They did retrieval augmented generation with various LLMs, and they gave the ancient classical knowledge to the LLMs. And so this project inspired me a lot. So I tried to create like LLMs or kind of chatbot to explain or educate people with ancient Egyptian and Coptic, and app which can translate ancient Egyptian and Coptic into modern languages with a RAG technique. And this is like Toth AI. Yeah, you can find it online. Yesterday we had the error, but yeah, like I just fixed it last night. Thanks to you. Yeah, so and I created this kind of funny ad with a cameo with Altman, Sam Altman as a cameo.
I want to tell you about Thoth AI. It's an assistant that understands ancient Egyptian and Coptic. It can explain grammar, translate between languages, and even read printed Coptic from a photo. Here's what it looks like in action. Translations.
Okay. And so I used Claude 3.5 Sonnet as a base LLM and used retrieval augmented generation. And I gave the main knowledge is Egyptological and Coptological lexical database called the Comprehensive Coptic Lexicon, which has also pre-Coptic ancient Egyptian etymological data. And we use DeFi platform. First, I used like an open source version, which was on GitHub. But now I'm using like a more commercial version because it's easy to keep. And this is like that. So if you ask Thoth AI translate, I'm very nervous to talk or to give a talk at such a famous university in South Korea. And yeah, sorry, my typing speed is not so fast. Okay, it gives the translation in various stages of ancient Egyptian, but it takes a bit of time. Or Egyptian, like 3,500 years ago. No, 4,500 years ago. And Middle Egyptian, 4,000 years ago. Late Egyptian, 3,000 years ago. Demotic, 2,700 years ago. And Coptic, and another dialect of Coptic. Okay. Yeah, so, sorry, I just shuffled slide. This is a Humanitex Antiqua, which gave a lot of inspiration to me with this great app by Professor Iwata, Professor Ogawa, and Professor Tanaka, which where you can ask any questions to Socrates, Aristophanes, Xenophon, Plato, and so on. And they also give, you can also ask Japanese writers and so Meiji era Japanese writers with Aozora Bunko, Corpus Knowledge, and so on. And yeah, you can also ask Greek philosophers any questions. And you can also get the sources, sources are books by these philosophers. And now Thoth AI has more than 6,500 users. But this is from the last month, so possibly there are more users. And here's a user's voice. I was surprised to receive highly accurate responses when I asked questions about various aspects of Egyptian language, history, and culture, etc. Yeah, of course, there are many errors, but you need to very careful about the hallucination and so on. But yeah, it's getting better and better. And yeah, so there are several metrics, and we created a variation of Thoth AI in machine translation from Middle Egyptian, one of the ancient Egyptian variant, into English. Into English, and yeah, we found it is now SOTA model, state-of-the-art model in ancient Egyptian machine translation. Thoth AI. So the first row is it's a human. And I made it as evaluation data. And Thoth AI, Claude, Gemini. Yeah, and most of the scores, Thoth AI is the best. But not just except one of them. I forgot which one it is. And now I applied this Thoth AI for my intertextuality research, which is a continuation from my dissertation. And in my dissertation, I used more statistic-based method, like tracer, and I found various new quotations. A 4th to 5th century Coptic literature has so many quotations and allusions from and to the Bible, because it is very it gives you authority to have many biblical passages, because if you the monks and nuns had to remember the biblical text, especially the Psalms, by heart. So if you give a lot of biblical quotations in your letters or in your sermons, it gives you a lot of authority. Sorry, I also shuffled my slides. I don't know why, but this is a result of the Thoth AI from the translation from Middle Egyptian into English. But yeah, if you have interest, please take a look at our paper. And and also, sorry, I just put a text reuse detection slide, but I go back to the, educational kind of use of Thoth AI. So Coptic has currently revitalization movement. The last speaker was from 17th century. It was attested, reported. It's not so kind of maybe confident because the report is not so very official in the official form, but so in the 17th century at the latest there was a native speaker, but in the 19th century there was a revitalization movement by Claudius Rabib and other activists, and this revitalization movement is still ongoing. And there are many people who are using Thoth AI, especially for Coptic. I guess those users were influenced by revitalization movement. And also some people are using Thoth AI for more creative works, such as songs and movies and so on. I want to show some of them. But before that, I want to explain about the decline and revival of Coptic. 7th, 8th century, it fell out of everyday use because after 7th century Islamic conquest of Egypt, more people got to speak Arabic instead of Coptic, and in the 14th century, there were almost very few people who speak Coptic as an everyday language. In the 17th century, it was the last report of Coptic native speaker. The late 19th century, there was a big revitalization movement. And nowadays, there are people who are using web technology to revitalize Coptic. And there are very nice e-learning tools, e-learning platform called Coptic for All, and also many YouTube videos, and also online immersion education sessions, etc. As one of my friends, Mario Bishara, he from Alexandria, he created Coptic translation of Grimm's Tale, helped or assisted by Toth AI. Of course, he corrected all the errors, and also he made it more natural. And currently, I'm also creating Coptic composition assist because it's not so good to depend on AI completely. AI must be a tool to help people. So I created this text editor, and AI can suggest the next word, and also there's a lexicon search and various other assistation functions. And this is one of the, this is my kind of creative heart, but it's a song made by Suno AI. It's a musical generation AI. And also the lyrics were almost done by Toth AI, but I also, of course, modified some of them. Okay.
Mutavaki ethneso sere piero sero nenito et cotiero eftio unen fo io entesiut bima ethoa entenenioti biman shopi enteni martiros neni angelos ethua
Tel khosero tavaki nem marthiro sethuvav nem nerem kachi ensave nem nesheriet esma.
Okay, thank you. I trained the pronunciation by AI, and yeah, it makes it quite real. Okay, so to the text use detection, I need to be a bit in haste. Okay, so this is Shenute, the 4th to 5th century Coptic leader in Upper Egypt, and this is the path database, and this is the location of the White Monastery. And he wrote a lot of letters and sermons, and the monks compiled his works into various books, and these books were codices were copied by many monks, and there are several manuscripts or codices which are copies of sermons and letters by Shenute and his successor Besa. And in their Coptic studies, there are many studies of these texts, and many, not so many, but Coptologists found various quotations from the Bible in Shenute's work and also in Besa's work. And especially Besa, Karl-Heinz Kuhn, German Coptologists, found various quotations with very precise accuracy, very good accuracy. So it is nice to compare this study with AI's analysis or AI's results. But first, I use in my dissertation is Tracer. It is a statistic and algorithm-based method to find quotations and allusions. And these visualization, then you can find green and yellow circles, which were locations of the quotations and allusions. And there's a very great corpus called Coptic Scriptorium. Yeah, this text I used was also offered to Coptic Scriptorium, and Coptic Scriptorium is now displaying or publishing these texts with a very rich annotation, like part of speech and lemma and so on. And if you click lemma, you can go to the Coptic dictionary online and you can see the meaning. And these projects were done by NEH-based project called Coptic Scriptorium, led by Caroline Schroeder and Amuse Des. And I also used the data, but first I transcribed digitally, and they used my data, and also I modified some lexical and linguistic data. But yeah, they are now online, and also this time I used PASIM, which is I didn't use this program in my dissertation, but this program is quite now used by many projects like Scala. Sorry, not Scala. It is built with Scala, but in major research projects like Biotext and Impresso. Impresso is from, I think it is Switzerland, all newspaper kind of corpus made by University of Luxembourg, and also Kitab. It is like pre-modern Arabic manuscript corpora, and they gave a lot of very good visualization of the text treatises. And it is easy to visualize PASIM's results using Python libraries like pandas. But anyway, we have to tokenize Coptic because Coptic is scripto continua. It is continuous scripts written without spaces in manuscripts, but in modern transcription, they put spaces between so-called bound groups, or the function words attached to content word. So you have to tokenize or put spaces between words anyway. So I use this Coptic NLP service by Coptic Scriptorium and Carrier projects. And yeah, so this is a Google Colab notebook I created. And yeah, you can also access it, and you can put Coptic text if you know Coptic. Yeah, but you can do visualization with just one click. And this is the result of PASIM, and PASIM has found one new quotation. So I just limited the scope into Besa's third fragment. And Kuhn found 9 quotations from the Psalms, and Teresa found 11 quotations, and PASIM found 12 quotations. So PASIM is quite good, but PASIM found so many other quotations, or they are not quotations, but just idiomatic phrases using Psalms and Besa. It is also difficult to discern which is idiomatic text reuse and which is real quotation. For example, like fear God, erhote, empunute, and so on in Coptic. Yeah, there are so many idiomatic matches. So in PASIM results, we need to reduce these, exclude these idioms, idiomatic phrases. And yeah, this is another visualization excluding very obvious idiomatic phrases, but still it takes so much time to identify which is the quotation. This is another visualization, and another ones, and this is another one. Yeah, you can see easily the paratext. And I also did like a counter, how should I say, like a back formation. No, I don't know. I forgot the English word. Back, I mimicked algorithms by PASIM using JavaScript and created this kind of app. And if you put a Coptic text to Coptic text or Greek text, you can find quotations and so on. And this makes it better, but still it has found so many idiomatic quotations. You can find it here. and you can also give a network analysis by one click. And finally, I use Toth AI, and Toth AI is like chatbot based, so it takes time to find all the quotations, but still, it's very accurate. Like Toth AI found like 16 quotations, so it is better. It found more quotations than Passim, Tracer, and human very good Coptic scholar Kuhn. This is one of the example. These highlighted phrases are the parallel in Besa's fragment 3 and Psalms. Okay, now allusion, like quotation is easy to find, but allusion is very difficult to find by Tracer and Passim. But how about it with Toth AI? And we found new allusions, for example, like this. And Toth AI gives also Greek source because Coptic translation of the Bible was translated from the Greek, especially Old Testament is also from Septuagint Greek translation, and it gives analyzes and explains how it is an allusion and so on. Like this structure parallel between vocabulary correspondence and so on. I think this Toth AI or this kind of chatbot tool is the best for making text reuse detection for allusions, because allusions is so difficult to find by like algorithmic based approach like Trace and Passim. With Tracer, you can also use Coptic WordNet for allusions, but still it doesn't find so many allusions. But Toth AI is a solution for allusions. Okay, so that's all. Thank you so much, and Tisha Pechmot. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Miyagawa, for your deep and insightful presentation on the intertextuality research using AI methods. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the discussion session. Presenters, discussant, please up to the stage. 3 presenters, please. So, joining us today are Professor Jung-min Yu from Yonsei University and Professor Ung-cheol Shin from Hankuk National University of Education. As we have very limited time, I kindly ask our discussants to keep their remarks concise so that we can also engage in audience discussion. So, presenters can see the subtitles through the laptops, so you can discuss through in your own language or English, Korean, or it's okay. So first we hear from Professor Jung-min Yu from Yonsei University. Each discussant can use 5 minutes. Please start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. It's a really great pleasure and honor to respond to these 3 fascinating presentations by Professor Wang and Wenqi, and Professor Jongwook, and Professor Miyagawa. Although they came from different institutional and cultural contexts, China, Korea, and Japan, together they form a remarkably coherent picture of how artificial intelligence is transforming our relationship to archives, heritage, and textual knowledge. So let me start with some common grounds. Across all 3 talks, I was struck by a shared conviction that AI is not merely a tool, but a new medium of thought, a force that reshapes the very ontology of cultural heritage. Professor Wang and Wenqi call this the third liberation of knowledge, a stage when information is freed from fixed textual representation and becomes fluid across text, sound, image, and video. Professor Jongwook presents AI as an integrative infrastructure linking 3D scanning, digital tools, and data visualization into a living ecosystem of heritage archive. And Professor Miyagawa demonstrates how large language models can perform philological reasoning, uncovering hidden quotations and allusions in Coptic text that were invisible to earlier computational tools. This matters because it resists both technological determinism, which is the belief that one perfect algorithm can solve everything, and humanistic skepticism, which dismisses computational methods as inadequate. Instead, the three scholars propose a collaborative framework. Computational tools generate possibilities, and human expertise abdicates the meaning. So there's very interesting methodological convergence. In terms of a method, all three presentations embody the interdisciplinary spirit of digital humanities. They combine humanistic interpretation with computational modeling, and they share a deep commitment to public engagement. Professor Wang and Wenqi said AI-based creative competition opened classical text to students and artists around the world. Professor Jongwook's National Digital Heritage Platform enables open access, visualization, and international interoperability. Professor Miyagawa's Thought AI chatbot even support language revitalization, helping new learners engage with the Coptic culture through translation and music. I love the music. And here, we see the democratization of heritage knowledge. Archives become not just repositories, but social interfaces. And at the same time, this project reveals fascinating differences in emphasis across East Asia. The Chinese approach emphasizes creative reinterpretation, AI as a catalyst for aesthetic imagination and cultural renewal. The Korean approach foregrounds technological infrastructure and international standards. The archive as an interoperable ecosystem. The Japanese, although Professor Miyagawa studied in Germany, approach focuses on linguistic precision and intertextual interpretation, AI as a philological intelligence. If we view them together, we see a full life cycle of digital heritage: creation, preservation, and interpretation. This regional diversity is not fragmentation, it's a complementarity. So it was really, really inspiring. So let me add some questions, but honestly, I don't know what to add because all the papers are all already perfect, but let me just do my homework. So first question is for Professor Wang and Wenqi. Every media shift produces a meaning shift. As you move from digitization to generative intelligence, what happens to the idea of authenticity? Because you focus on creativity a lot. So when your AI paints new Song Dynasty style images, are we still studying the past or co-creating a new one? How do we distinguish between interpretation and invention? And the other thing, I have another question, is a kind of personal, is that the Beijing University scanned all Harvard Yenching Library Chinese collections. I'm wondering if you did also rare book in Korean collection at Yenching. So it's my first question. Should I just finish?
Yeah.
Or so second question is Professor Jongwook. 한국 사람끼리 영어로. There seems to be the methodological tension between standardization and imagination. Your work requires rigorous metadata standards and interoperability essential for preservation. By contrast, Professor Wang Jun's work deliberately break those boundaries to enable aesthetic freedom. Can he design frameworks flexible enough to support both precision and creative freedom? Yes, and my second question, I have another second question after your talk, and I'm wondering if the great platform is available for general public. I'm wondering if my students can use your platform. That's my second question. And the third one is for Professor Miyagawa. Those AI demonstrate that large language models can detect semantic allusions and traditional tools like tracer or PASM cannot previously. How should we rethink the boundaries of evidence interpretation in digital philology when AI finds intertextual connections beyond lexical similarity? Because I think sometimes they are smarter than us. Yeah. So let me finish with a few closing remarks. What unites these three fascinating studies is an emerging East Asian philosophy of digital heritage, one that thrusts AI not as an extractive technology, but as a digital partner. It emphasizes continuity, coexistence, and the living transmission of knowledge. Instead of viewing archives as frozen evidence of the past, these researchers reimagine them as living ecologies, open to reinterpretation, participation, and renewal. Once again, thank you very much for sharing your inspiring and thought-provoking research.
Thank you, Professor Yu, for your insightful reflection and discuss questions. Now we want to hear from Professor Ung-Chul Shin. Professor Shin, please.
Okay, I'm Shin Ung-Chul from Hanbat National University. I'm honored to be the discussant for these three excellent presentations. I have long believed that a core value of digital humanities is ensuring the sustainability and interoperability of our data. To me, this means using open standards like TEI, XML for text, and IIIF for images. From this perspective, I would like to offer my comments and questions for the three presentations. First, for the presentation by Professors Wang and Li, the high-level, insightful framework of the three liberations of knowledge is extremely impressive. I am deeply impressed by Peking University DH Center's vision and practice, which spans the entire digital humanities workflow, from large-scale digitization platforms for ancient books like Sudi and Wuji, to creative reimagination using AI, as seen in the AI creative competition. My question concerned the Sudi and Wuji platform, which is core to the second liberation. What data standards do the vast textual corpora of ancient books on this platform adhere to? For example, I am wondering if you have adopted an open standard like TEI XML, which is common in my field, or if you are using a proprietary database schema. You spoke of the third liberation enabling fluid transformation between text, image, and video as a foundation for this interoperability. How is the source image data of the ancient books solved? I am curious if you are using an open standard like IIIF to solve the images and link them with the textual data. I believe this would be a critical foundation for AI to access diverse sources and produce creative results. Next, I will turn to Professor Lee's second presentation. This is an excellent presentation that systematically surveys AI-based recording and archiving methodology, such as 3D scanning, motion capture, BIM, and digital twins across all types of heritage. I particularly resonate with the presentation of digital curation, lifecycle model, and the clear emphasis on the importance of open standards like IIIF and the European data model. I was very impressed by your emphasis on IIIF for image interoperability and the European model for metadata exchange. You also gave significant attention to the text analysis of documentary heritage beyond the standards for image and metadata. I am wondering what consideration you have for adopting a standard for structuring and preserving the text itself. Complex 3D architectural models like BIM or digital twins contains vast amounts of data in their own right. Do you have a vision or know of any precedents for how this 3D model data can be linked with other open standards, such as IIIF or TEI, to build a truly integrated heritage archive? Finally, regarding the third presentation by Professor Miyagawa, this is a very impressive presentation that builds upon robust existing digital philological assets like Coptic scriptorium to compare traditional text reuse detection tools, tracer, PASM, with the performance of model LLM, specifically the RAG-enhanced TOS AI, the achievement of TOS AI in discovering new allusion missed by previous methods clearly demonstrate the potential of AI for classical philology. I understand that Coptic scriptorium is built on TEI XML. Are the external knowledge repositories used by TOS AI for RAG also structured in a standardized format like TEI, or are they plain text databases? I am curious about how standardized markup data can be leveraged to enhance LLM performance. How do you plan to manage and share the results of the newly discovered textual reuse found by Tracer, PASM, and TOS AI? My concern is whether this valuable data will remain only as table in a paper, or if there are plans to integrate these findings back into the source text corpus as standoff annotations, or via another standardized method, ensuring their sustainable use by other researchers. These three presentations have shown us a future for digital humanities that moves beyond simply preserving the heritage of the past toward interpreting and recreating it through AI. I am convinced that the open standard discussed today, such as TEI and IIIF, will serve as the most robust foundation supporting all this creative activity and passing it on the future generations. Thank you all again for these inspiring presentations.
Thank you, Professor Shen, for your constructive commentary. And now let's hear from presenters. I am very sorry, but you can use only 2 or 3 minutes to answer. So please be very brief. And thank you for your understanding. We can use 5 more minutes or so. Is it okay? Thank you very much. Then from Professor Wang, yes, 3 minutes, please.
Okay.
Or 4 minutes.
Yeah. As to the question from the lady, he mentioned the authenticity of the artwork and the related to the creation by the audience. if the security measure is still good enough, if you visit the France Museum, the Louvre, we can still see the picture of Mona Lisa. You know, there is a understanding that there are 1,000 Mona Lisa in 1,000 mind. When the audience come to face the Mona Lisa, his understanding is based on his own background, his own emotional experience and viewpoint. But in the traditional sense, all this impression is confined in his own mind. But with AI, he can express himself in this engaging, interactive creation process. And the new created his own work is authentic to his own self, to his true self. So I think it doesn't impact the authenticity of the artwork, because even for artwork, it doesn't have the fixed meaning or the fixed expression. It depends on the interaction between the audience and the artwork. For your second question, we collaborate with Harvard Yenqing University. They donate the scanned image of their Asian book to us, and we upload to our platform. Then the whole process is automated, from OCR, punctuation, and name and entity extraction, even to the knowledge graph construction. All are done by AI. Then the volunteer can have the result checked. So if we can collaborate with Korean University, it's no problem. You can, but you need to scan your book by your university. Then you can just upload from here and have the AI to do the following work. But I'm not sure whether the Chinese large language model can deal with the Korean language. So we can build a collaboration or project.
Thank you very much. Professor Wang also mentioned the very core value of intertextuality, because everything is reliant on our interpretation, right? Yeah. So it's a reminder also the concept of what is true or false. We keep creating. And
let's give presenters more time, please. Sorry, I'm very sorry. We have lunchtime to communicate.
Yeah. As to the question from the gentleman, we don't apply the TI standard because it's too complicated. We use a simplified version derived from TI, but we still use XML. You can download the text freely in XML, and you can convert it to your standard for your purpose. As the second question related to the triple AI, we don't apply triple AI because, although there are many scanned pages for Asian book online, but actually for the library is the owner of the biggest collection. But most of the library in China doesn't allow you to download the scanned page freely, because every library thinks it's its own assets. But there are also some company, the business company, that build the Asian book database, but you need to pay. We build a freely access and public platform for public to access the Asian book freely, and you can also download the image. So I think in current situation, it has a better situation for building the interoperability between different institutions. So now our policy is that you can download freely, but we haven't built the interoperability framework among different institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wang, for your answers. And let's hear from Professor Lee. Please speaking.
Thank you for your question. And considering digital heritage as public data, Main user will be the curators and stakeholders of memory institutions such as the museum and gallery and archives. So to integrate their institutions, the data, we need the common standard such as the IIIF. But as you see my digital heritage curation process, the data creation and refinement and management is conducted by institution, but the utilization and dissemination and reuse is conducted by general public. So ultimately, the data reuse cannot be achieved without the participation of general public. As the current users are ultimately the ones that determine heritage value. With the advancement of AI analysis technology and the concept of semantics and semantic technology, we will anticipate a situation where data intent can be interpreted and automatically mapped. So now we can focus on the institution's common standard, but in the future, the AI can interpret and map the data intent to the user's the requirement.
Professor?
Yeah. Therefore, when ordinary people begin to create and produce the digital heritage data, and we will be able to focus on the creative activities with the digital heritage data. Is it enough? Yes. And I want to reply about the second question.
Very briefly, please.
Yes. IIIF is focused on the high definition images, and they are thinking about the 3D standardization and video standardization, and European Foundation is also have a discussion about that. For the VIM data, we can talk about the CTGML standard, which the visualize the terrains and building information on the web. But I think we need a more discussion about another 3D data standard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your answers. Finally, we can hear from Professor Miyagawa.
Okay.
Please begin.
Okay, thank you. So first, for the question by Professor Jamie Jiangming Yu, thank you so much. This is a very great question, and I cannot solve it. But about the boundary in intertextuality is very difficult to define. There are many people who try to find quotations and allusions and so on. There are several prototypes of quotations, allusions, and paraphrases, but it is very difficult to find the boundaries between quotation and allusion. If quotation is very altered or changed, like in Coptic text, many biblical scholars find quotations and allusions in New Testament from the Old Testament, but sometimes if you see the Bible with their annotations, you can find like quotation, but it can be quotation or not, or like allusion, or like it is quite depending on the interpretation of the scholar or maestro in this field. I think like quotation regions and so on are kind of in the relationship of family resemblance. This idea was created by Wittgenstein, but it is so difficult to do it, and also difficult to digitize. So this part to interpret is like I think we cannot trust AI, but sometimes but Toth AI can do it somehow. But we need to final decision by humans. We need to consider it more and think about it more and discuss more about the interpretation problem of intertextuality. And thank you so much. And it will be the kind of the problem to solve in the digital philology. And for the question from the Shin Sensei, Shin Won Charles 선생님, thank you. I know he's my former colleague from Hokkaido University, so and also Kyoto University. I didn't mention, but it is very important that we created our corpora in TI-XML, especially Coptic Scriptorium created. It provides all the corpora in TI-XML, and we also use like tools for TI-XML. The standardization of the annotations, tagging of humanities text is very important, especially to use. It's important to use like more standardized framework like TI-XML guidelines for the sustainability of the data and also more compatibility of data. Also, it is well said for IIIF. We are also using IIIF for, I just skip it, but on the editor, we just transcribe text using IIIF image sometimes. It's very important. And also to vectorize the data, the TI data, also the Coptic Comprehensive Lexicon is created in TI XML format. And to compare the TI and like a CSV text as a knowledge and to vectorize them for RAG, I found like TI XML is better, had better results. So I don't know, I cannot explain it, but I think more like structurized data is good for vectorization and also for knowledge of RAG. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Miyagawa. And thank you, Professor Yu and Shin and all presenters for your insightful and constructive dialogue. Due to the time issues, we cannot, I'm very sorry, but we cannot move on to the floor discussion. But we have whole lunchtime to communicate each other. So you can freely ask our presenters for this wonderful presentation. So please understand. So that concludes session 3, Digital Archives and Cultural Heritage. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to our presenters, discussant, and all the guests in the floor. So we will now have 1 hour break for lunch. The next session will be beginning at 1:30 p.m. Please return on time so that we can continue our academic exchange. So our lunchbox is ready. You can grab your lunchbox, but you cannot eat the lunchbox here. So please use it outside this hall. And our presenters and discussant and our faculty members can use L Lounge. It will be second floor of this building. Our assistant will guide you to the place. So, okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the first session, the Digital Humanities, Ethics, and the Public Good. I am Yoo-jin Jung from Korea University, and I will serve as the moderator for this session. This afternoon, we will explore how digital humanities engages with ethics, public memory, data access, and the public good, addressing key questions at the intersection of technology and the humanities. Let us begin with our first speaker. Our first presenter is Professor Molly Godfrey from James Madison University. Her work examines Blackness, identity performance, and Afrofuturism across literature, film, and visual culture, highlighting Black culture production and public humanities practices. Her talk is titled Finding and Founding, Mapping the Black Digital and Public Humanities and the Ethics of Care. Professor Godfrey, the floor is yours.
So it's just this green button. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Can you see me? I'm quite short. All right, well, thank you so much to the organizers for having me and for everyone for being here today. It's truly an honor to be able to participate in this incredible event with you all. I'm going to be talking about a project that I have been working on for the last decade and then a newer project that I've been working on for the last few years. So for the last decade, I have been working alongside faculty partners, undergraduate students and graduate students, library professionals, community members, public school teachers, and secondary education students in my semi-rural Virginia community in the United States to recover the histories of a local Black educator named Lucy F. Sims and the segregation-era school in Harrisonburg, Virginia that was named in her honor. Born enslaved in 1856, Lucy F. Sims received her degree from Virginia's Hampton Institute and eventually settled in Harrisonburg to teach over 1,800 students from 3 generations of families. The Lucy F. Sims School, which you can see here, was built soon after her death and served African American students from all over Rockingham County and beyond between 1938 and 1965, while schools were still segregated in the US South. When the Harrisonburg school system was integrated in 1965, so Black and white students brought together into the same schools, the Sims School was closed over the objections of Black families. So rather than integrating both schools, they closed the Black school entirely. Many of the Black school teachers lost their jobs. Many Black residents felt that an important center of community life had been lost. The school's records were not preserved, and when the building reopened as a community center in 2005, there was no record of its history on display. And so you can see here a picture of what the school looked like, the interior looked like when we started work on this project. You can see the walls are empty. And what we did over the course of about a year and a half was brought together a team of about 60 community partners, which included dozens of former Sims School students who were elderly at that point, 2 faculty members, and 18 undergraduates who collaborated to create a permanent exhibit, website, and companion booklet telling the history of the school. And so you can see here our students, since the records were not preserved, we did this by conducting what we called memory parties with former students, kind of listening to their stories, recording their stories, scanning their photographs from private family albums. Everything was post-custodial, meaning that we digitized and then returned the original photos to our partners. So here's 2 students working with Jennifer Vickers at one of these memory parties. Younger version of me in the background. And we did all of this to create this exhibit, so now you can see what the school looks like now with all of these panels, over 60 panels, telling the story of the school lining the walls of the hallway. We now have 5 permanent exhibits because we've installed copies. Not only so there's a full exhibit at the Sim School, but we've also installed permanent copies of the exhibit at all of the local high schools that are active. So in Harrisonburg and the surrounding counties, we created a traveling exhibit. That's at Harrisonburg High School. We created a traveling exhibit which has toured libraries and community centers around the region. And we have also created some satellite exhibits like this one, which is in the conference room of the Sim Center, formerly the 2nd grade classroom, and we turned that room into a new exhibit honoring the former 2nd grade teacher at the Sim School, Mary Awkward Fairfax, who is one of the most beloved teachers at the school. In addition, we've also done a lot of work on the website, so we now have an archive, a post-custodial digital archive of over 1,000 photographs, all from people kind of crowdsourced from former students who are willing to share their private photographs with the project. And that's the website. And then we also created translations. We live in a pretty diverse community where, at least 50% of the students in the high school speak either Spanish or Arabic as their native language, and so we have created Spanish and Arabic translations of the exhibit so that students and families can access it by QR code. And then in addition, most recent project was we worked with some teachers in the Rockingham County school system to have their students conduct oral histories with former Sim students, so with the kind of older generation. So they were trained, it was part of their African American history elective class, they were trained in how to do oral history, they learned all about the school, and then they interviewed the elders in our community, and the oral histories have now been transcribed and are preserved as part of the kind of digital archive that's on the website. And you can see some of the students conducting their interview with some of the former Sim students here. So this is the project that we started with. And with this project, Celebrating Sims, our goal was to commemorate both the school and the teachers that served for decades as a cornerstone and caretakers of Harrisonburg's Black community, a project that we understood as building on the work of Black feminist scholars who've emphasized the undervalued work of grassroots leaders, local communities, and Black women in enacting social change. Many of the teachers at Sims were women, and they were really foundational in kind of holding the community together, training the next generation. In addition to our embrace of Black feminist historiography, we organized our work around 3 major principles. First, the ethic of care, which emphasizes an appreciation of context, interdependence, and vulnerability alongside a commitment to personal, worldly action and response. 2, the public humanities principle of shared authority, in which the interpretive and meaning-making process is shared rather than being sort of held onto by the researcher alone. And then 3rd, the principles of design justice, which prioritizes design's impact on the community over the intentions of the designer and emphasizes sustainable, community-led, and community-controlled outcomes. Guided by these principles, we worked side by side with our community partners to produce what historian Manning Marable calls a living history of the local Black community, one that importantly adds to and complicates more familiar national narratives that tend to silence or marginalize Black people's experience. There are many such small projects on Black history and culture, projects that do public work in both digital and in non-digital spaces. Like many of them, Celebrating Sims involves countless collaborators and supporters, including local residents, government officials, high school students, graduate students, college students, teachers, professors, administrators, librarians, archivists, designers, and more. And like many small projects, it also runs on incredibly limited resources, including small university and regional grants, voluntary commitments from faculty, staff, and community partners, and student involvement through coursework, independent studies, and department-sponsored assistantships. For me and my primary research partner on the project, an engaged learning scholar named Sean McCarthy, finding new ways to grow and sustain the project over the years, and we're now 10 years in, has represented a profound joy, but it has also brought with it a sense of responsibility and concern. How do we keep this going? How can we compensate the hours our colleagues, students, and community partners have poured into the project? How do we let people beyond our local community know about its value? We know there are other projects out there doing this kind of work. How do they do it? Where are they? Where are they not? Where are there important stories that are not yet being told? What if we were better connected? How might we come together to make this work easier? Mapping the Black digital and public humanities was our answer to these questions. Launched in 2023, Mapping BDPH is a relational database that contains sortable and searchable information about over 650, and soon to be 750, Black studies projects in the overlapping fields of the digital and public humanities. This choice to include both digital and public humanities work in Black studies under one umbrella was motivated by our own experience working on a semi-rural project that has a relatively small digital footprint, or at least that's only part of the project. For our community partners, working in meaningful public spaces and reaching audiences who didn't have access to the internet was more important than having a digital platform. In creating this new database, we wanted to honor similar projects for whom public spaces and audiences are sometimes better reached offline. At the same time, we also wanted to honor those for whom we know digital tools and platforms have been absolutely transformative. Drawn by our experience working on a small project that often felt isolated from the larger field, we imagined mapping BDPH with two mutually reinforcing goals in mind. First, finding. We wanted to make it easier to find digital and public projects about Black history and culture, amplifying the hard work of our fellow project creators and making it easier for them to connect with new audiences. And second, founding. On the strength of this increased visibility, we hope to make it easier to see gaps, intersections, and possibilities, and thereby found coalitions across similar projects to be able to better share the load or learn from one another's strategies. The positive response the project has received since its launch has confirmed our feeling that others in the field have been hungry for this visibility, connection, and exploration that our project aims to provide. And yet, just as we've experienced with Celebrating Sims, the many joys this project has brought us has also brought a deep sense of responsibility and concern. Currently, we are wrestling with how to more meaningfully connect with the hundreds of project creators from around the world whose work is featured on our site, such that we can ensure that they feel the same sense of ownership and shared authority in this project as did our local collaborators on Celebrating Sims. We're further concerned about the ethical issues tied to amplifying the work of Black studies practitioners during uncertain political times. How do we continue to support, celebrate, and amplify these projects? In other words, how do we care for them without unintentionally exposing them to hostile audiences? How do we build productive alliances and coalitions if public digital spaces no longer feel safe to everyone in our community? I will sketch my initial thoughts on these questions in what follows, beginning by recounting how Mapping BDPH came into being, focusing on the grassroots manner in which a group of students, professors, and digital project experts worked to build the project. I will then consider our next steps, keeping in mind the ethical questions and uncertainties we face as stewards of this project, and exploring why, despite these uncertainties, we feel that mapping the Black digital and public humanities and the grassroots approach to finding and founding that inform the project are more important now than ever. Mapping BDPH is an interdisciplinary, one second. Oh, there it is, that's a picture of what it looks like. Interactive and searchable map of digital and public humanities projects related to Black history and culture. So each of these sort of dots here represents a project. If it's green, it means it's a primarily digital project. If it's red, it means it's primarily non-digital. I lost my space. Although the project enables multiple modes of access to this database, and you can see here we have a kind of search function, allows you to filter and then to see a list of projects, and we've also created some initial visualizations to start mapping what's happening in the field. But we turn to mapping as our primary mode because we see mapping as a double operation that landscape architect James Corner calls finding and founding, which means to make visible what's already there and to use this visibility to build a foundation for new futures. We use Corner's theorization of mapping to think about how we might enrich the Black digital and public humanities practice, both by finding what's there and founding new possibilities for the field. We also understand mapping through the lens of Kimberly Crenshaw's definition of mapping the margins. And I think that my quote, I'm sorry, is blocked out by the translation, as a kind of locating that makes possible new strategies and solutions. As Crenshaw argues, when there's no name for a problem, you can't see a problem. When you can't see a problem, I lost it. You pretty much can't solve it. In this, we see ourselves as closely aligned with the call from Sophia Noble, Michelle Caswell, and Nishani Fraser to theorize different models for doing DH work by voicing the interests of those who are sidelined by traditional infrastructures and methodologies, and by promoting a liberatory praxis grounded in Black visibility, shared authority, and the ethic of care. In other words, for us, finding means not only amplifying the diverse range of projects in the field, or changing the composition of the archive, as Miriam Posner puts it, but also making visible other unique interests and needs, and using this knowledge to found new coalitions, infrastructures, strategies, and methodologies better suited to address them. When we first began theorizing this work, we turned to several existing resources, including the Colored Conventions Project's crowdsourced Google Doc, of Black DH projects, reviews in digital humanities, project registry, and the project registry managed by Humanities for All, which is primarily public humanities projects. These resources draw on expert and community-sourced information to increase the visibility, build capacity, and illustrate possibilities of their respective fields. We embarked on our own project with a sense of indebtedness to these predecessors, while also excited about how our experience working on a local historical recovery project might help us contribute in useful ways. Since location was so important to celebrating Sims, we were inspired by work such as Alex Heal's Around DH in 80 Days, which raised awareness of the existence of DH around the globe by publishing a curated list on a global map. What could be learned, we wondered, if it were possible to sort Black digital and public humanities projects by location or by other aspects of their design, such as funding, labor, and authorship, all the things that had made Celebrating Sims such a joy and a challenge to sustain. Mapping BDPH does the work of finding by drawing on Tableau Public's analytic tools to create an interactive map and other visualizations of a searchable database of Black DH projects. In addition to offering users numerous ways to search and sift the database, the site has individual pages for each project in the database, information about our sources, our process, our team, our labor ethics, and our glossary of terms. This approach is designed to make more visible the rich geographical, topical, and structural diversity of Black DH and public humanities projects, and to make it easier for all of us to see, understand, and support the plurality of circumstances that shape Black digital and public humanities praxis. As a first step toward founding or building community and new coalitions across these projects, we also launched a biannual newsletter to announce new additions to the Mapper website, project team news, graduate student accomplishments, and spotlights of individual projects. We invite feedback with every newsletter and include links to our user feedback survey and open submission form, such that our list of external partners can give input and help grow the project. In this, we are trying to show our long-term commitment to honoring the constructed and fluid, porous, and alive nature of the field with a call and response methodology that is equally dynamic, dynamic rather than static, as well as fundamentally grounded in shared authority, grassroots growth, and the ethic of care. The approach to mapping BDPH grew out of our prior experience of finding undervalued Black stories and founding coalitions of faculty, students, practitioners, and community partners committed to recovering them. In Celebrating Sims, we did this through a slow process of relationship building and power sharing, working in stages using small pockets of available resources to make big things happen. With this new project, my partner Sean McCarthy and I began in the fall of 2022 by reaching out to Kevin Haig, head of digital projects at JMU Libraries. And then we had the great fortune of bringing on board graduate student Ileana Cosme Brooks, who was able to use her department-sponsored graduate assistantship to research over 400 projects in the field and begin compiling them into a multi-category database. Working iteratively with Ileana, we started widening our circle of collaborators by reaching out to other colleagues in the field and spent the semester working with them to refine those categories and the data. By the end of the semester, we had enough material to incorporate the project into a graduate class that I was teaching on the Black Digital Humanities. My students spent the first half of the semester exploring major projects and scholarship in the field and considering key questions regarding design practice, labor ethics, funding structures, and more. And then they used this knowledge to comb through and refine the data before reaching out individually to each project in the database. By opening this channel of communication, we were able to ensure that our data accurately represented each project and that we had each project's creators' consent to include their work on the map. Project creators were asked to provide input into the terms we use to categorize them, their work, and to submit new projects using our open submission form. Our student collaborators were credited by name on the website and encouraged to present and publish their work on the project. And here are some of their presentations. When the project launched in late spring 2023, it garnered over 60,000 views on social media, and we received countless private messages of emails and emails of support, thanks, and thoughtful contribution from users and other project creators. Since then, we've been delighted to see the website's audience grow to over 3,000 active users, an early testament, we hope, to the project's value to our community and the broader public. Like the Celebrating Sims project that inspired it, Mapping BDPH intentionally blurs traditional distinctions between research, teaching, and service in favor of the student and community-oriented activist intellectual tradition of Black studies. This activist intellectual orientation also aligns with calls from both Black studies and public humanities practitioners to bring the digital humanities outside of the more traditional and hierarchical frameworks of the academy. As Jesse Stommel argues in his essay collection, Disrupting the Digital Humanities, a public digital humanities is built around networked learning communities, not repositories for content. And its scholarly product is a conversation, one that engages a broad public while blurring the distinction between research, teaching, service, and outreach. Following Stommel, we are now looking forward to ensuring that Mapping BDPH is not just a repository of projects, which is sort of currently what it is, but a lively home for conversation that engages a broader public. Indeed, as Corner's theorization of mapping suggests, finding and founding are linked. The amplification that finding does needs to serve to found new perspectives, ideas, and coalitions. As we've worked on Mapping BDPH, other projects have come online that offer new and intriguing models for founding community and collaboration, such as Digital Ethnic Futures Consortium, Life X Code, and Around DH, which is the follow-up to Around DH in 80 Days. These projects use a combination of strategies, including mini-grants, symposia, and surveys, to develop digital humanities work that is engaged with minoritized communities, to illuminate for that to illuminate what happens outside the academy, and to engage project creators in fundamental questions about the meaning of their work. We wonder how we might facilitate connections among practitioners that foster creative coalition work while also giving smaller and less well-connected projects a bigger voice and sense of belonging in the field. As we look forward, we are also hoping to expand the database's geographical and disciplinary reach. The most cursory glance at our map will reveal that the represented projects exist largely within the continental United States. So an important strategic goal for us is to expand the reach of the database beyond US borders. And there are linguistic questions that we have to be thinking about in this as well, since many of the projects in South America, for example, are in Spanish. And so how do we represent, and I hope this conference is a great place for me to be thinking about how we might represent these multilingual projects in a single map. We're inspired by work done by the Network for Digital Humanities in Africa, the edited collection Afro-Latinx Digital Connections, as well as the edited collection Digital Black Atlantic, as well as Chow Mena's work on decolonial approaches to digital public history, in which she argues that such work is an iterative and reflective practice that requires us to center human connection and build communities of practice across multiple frontiers. Reorganizing the cultural and linguistic challenges that come with making mapping BDPH truly, recognizing the challenges that come with making mapping BDPH truly global, we plan to take our time. Annual symposia in collaboration with representatives from different parts of the African diaspora will help us figure out how to do this work while guided by the principles of care, shared authority, and design justice. Our interest in improving mapping BDPH's geographical coverage also extends as much to the global as it does to the local, and future symposia will also focus on Black public humanities projects, especially locally oriented projects that don't have a big digital footprint. Now, with the collaboration of two new team members, Dr. Courtney Murray Ross and Dr. Fawn Amber Montoya, coming to us from the Colored Conventions Project and the Communities of Ludlow project, respectively, we are considering several new directions for mapping BDPH's next phase of development. Our goals are threefold. First, visualizing the data. To enhance the usability of our database, we want to create new dashboards that make it easier to search and browse projects by topic or type, data visualizations and analyses that offer meta-analyses of the field, and an open access downloadable version of our database that's been vetted for privacy concerns. We see these new resources offering a wider range of intellectual pathways into the data that reveal trends, gaps, and opportunities in the field, which might enable scholars, funders, and community organizers to do new data-rich research, make data-informed decisions, and advocate for more equitable resource distribution. Curating connections to promote dialogue, community building, and resource sharing within our community. We want to develop digital exhibits that showcase projects organized around shared topics, geographies, or methodologies, and use companion social media platforms to promote dialogue and community building. Our hope is that these activities will elevate the visibility of individual projects while also fostering connections, collaboration, and mutual care. And then engaging new audiences. Finally, to encourage greater public engagement with BDPH projects, we want to create how-to videos that make our website more accessible to non-academic audiences, research guides aimed at integrating the project into library resources, and a education lesson plan discovery tool aimed at helping high school teachers and students find relevant projects within the database. Our goal here is to democratize access to BDPH projects, helping to make these projects more accessible to classrooms, libraries, and public forums, and broadening the audience for Black digital and public humanities work. Together, our hope is that growing mapping BDPH in these ways will offer the field important new tools for teaching, learning, research, and public engagement. Still, even as we consider these new directions, we must also acknowledge the increasing precariousness of our work. Since the viral launch of Mapping BDPH on Twitter in spring 2023, the transition of Twitter's ownership has precipitated significant shifts in moderation policies, resulting in a notable exodus of users. This phenomenon has subsequently manifested across multiple social media platforms, rendering many conventional digital spaces increasingly problematic for community building initiatives. The diminished moderation infrastructures exacerbates pre-existing challenges such as misinformation, antagonism, decontextualization, and surveillance concerns. While projects directed by scholars with tenure in the United States who have some sort of job protection, untenured and contingent faculty, as well as students, staff, and community members may feel the pressures produced by this hostility differently. In our efforts to find and to found, we must find ways to understand, represent, and protect the varying needs of Mapping BDPH's diverse community of practitioners. Likewise, almost as soon as we began to feel ready to go after major grant funding to support Mapping BDPH's development, many of the grants supporting such work in the United States coming out of the National Endowment for the Humanities were completely shut down. And US federal granting agencies have been forbidden to fund anything that could be construed as DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, which often means Black stuff, right? Therefore, as we consider how to balance our interests in finding and founding new projects and networks while trying to protect our partners from either being starved of resources or flooded with harassment, ridicule, and abuse, we are turning to the very iterative power-sharing practices that inspired our original turn to this project. We grew Celebrating SIMS slowly over time, setting small goals each year, including secondary education plans, oral histories, all the stuff I showed you. With Mapping BDPH, we can do the same. We can work with our students at our home university to develop data visualizations and digital exhibits. We can reach out to library networks to share the project on their resources. We can move our social media activities from Twitter to Blue Sky to reach a less hostile audience, and we can transition our biannual newsletter to a public-facing Substack that invites broader engagement. And then also, as I mentioned, we can organize symposia that kind of help people work with us to create coalitions, share strategies, and grow our map. Most importantly, just as Celebrating SIMS had an advisory board that shaped each stage of the project, we have now created a new advisory board for this one, which will help us find careful and caring new ways to grow our community, bring our local and global partners in closer conversation, and reach out to the broader public. It's hard not to see the current political climate in the US as an existential threat to the Black digital and public humanities, not only because of growing public hostility to anything associated with DEI, but also because of the US government's efforts to cut federal grants and university funding for such initiatives. And yet, as Terry Baxter writes, in dangerous times, solidarity and mutual aid can be vital in a community's ability to survive. For us, this political climate only speaks to how important it remains to amplify the liberatory work being done in Black digital humanities and public humanities spaces, and to build stronger coalitions to support them. Indeed, if anything, the current squeeze on federal funding and on US universities and academic freedom more broadly suggests that the small, grassroots power and resource sharing methodologies that we originally hoped to support with this project are now more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Godfrey, for illuminating how Black public and digital humanities initiative build community through care, shared authority, and grassroots collaboration while navigating ethical and political challenges. Please join in giving her a warm round of applause again. Thank you so much. We'll now move to our second presentation, which also engage questions of ethics, data, and the public good. This time in the context of Korean public data and digital humanities practice. Our next speaker is Dr. Baro Kim. His research focuses on data-driven humanities, public data ecosystems, and the digital transformation of Korean knowledge systems. His talk is titled Disconnected Data, Isolated Interpretations, Challenges and Proposals for the Humanistic Use of Korean Public Data. Dr. Kim, we look forward to your talk. Please begin.
하나, 둘. 테스트 좀 해보겠습니다. 네. 안녕하십니까. 한국학중앙연구원의 김바로입니다. 네, 박수 한번 쳐주시죠. 살짝 지금까지 모든 분들이 영어로 발표를 하셨는데 전 당당하게 한국어로 발표를 하도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 안 그래도 저희 자막 테스트도 해야 돼서 한국어로 발표도 매우 중요합니다. 핑계는 다 됐고요. 저는 오늘 단절된 데이터와 고립된 해석이라고 해서 저희 한국의 공공 데이터 현황을 간단하게 리뷰 드리고, 그리고 저 혼자 주장하기보다는 이런 문제가 있고 이런 현황이 있는데 우리는 어떻게 해야 될까라는 거를 같이 고민하는 시간을 가졌으면 좋겠습니다. 그래서 저희 인문학은 사실 자료, 사료, 텍스트 어떻게 얘기해도 결국은 기반은 데이터 혹은 자료에서 시작을 합니다. 그게 디지털 시대로 와서 디지털 데이터로 변화했을 뿐 그 근간은 크게 변화하지 않았다고 생각합니다. 실제 CS 영역에서도 컴퓨터 사이언스 영역에서도 garbage in, garbage out 이라고 해서 쓰레기를 넣으면 쓰레기가 나온다. 쓰레기 데이터를 넣으면 쓰레기 같은 결과물이 나올 수밖에 없다라는 말은 뭐 CS를 기본만 공부해도 다들 알고 있는 말일 겁니다. 이런 내용이 특히 요즘은 생성 AI 시대로 넘어오면서 데이터에 대한 중요성이 더더욱더 강조되고 있다고 보입니다. 이미 옛날 얘기가 됐지만 예전에는 뭐 한국의 조선시대 위대한 왕이었던 세종대왕이 맥북을 집어 던진다던가 혹은 거북선이라고 하는 조선시대 배에서 라이트닝 볼트가 나간다던가 이런 얘기들이 있었죠. 지금은 많이 나아졌습니다. 그나마 이런 명명백백한 오류들은 많이 완화가 되었습니다. 하지만 정말 그런가요? 오히려 군데군데 녹아들어 있기 때문에 사실 면밀하게 훑어보면 틀린 내용들이 나옵니다. 근데 면밀하게 보지 않으면 그 오류를 온전히 밝히지 못하고 있죠. 이런 것도 충분한 문제라고 생각합니다. 이런 hallucination 문제라고 불리는 문제들이 여전히 존재를 하고 있고, 또한 이거는 제가 버전이 나올 때마다 이미지 생성 버전이 나올 때마다 계속 테스트를 하는데요. 이순신 장군, 한국인이라면 모두 아는 이순신 장군을 한국 회화 스타일로 그려줘 라고 명령한 겁니다. 근데 한국인들이 보면 딱 봐도 이상할 겁니다. 누가 봐도 이순신도 아니고요. 누가 봐도 한국 헤어 스타일이 아닙니다. 굳이 따지자면 일본 에도 시대 스타일과 유사해 보이죠. 근데 저희 한국인들이야 이거를 그냥 뭐 아니겠지라고 하겠지만 뭐 문제 있네. 외국인들이 봤을 땐 이게 정답이 되는 겁니다. 잘 모르는 사람이 봤을 때는. 그리고 이런 사태가 벌어지는 핵심 이유는 대단히 간단합니다. 학습 데이터가 불충분했기 때문에. 그러면 이런 상황에서 우리는 어떻게 해야 될까에 대해서 3가지 정도의 키워드로 진행을 해볼까 합니다. 첫 번째 키워드는 공공 데이터, 두 번째는 그냥 데이터, 세 번째는 플랫폼입니다. 일단 한국의 공공 데이터는 좀 해외하고는 조금 다릅니다. 방금 전 발표에서는 어떻게 보면 민간에서 시작을 해가지고 공개되어 있는 데이터, 공공을 위한 데이터라면 한국의 공공 데이터는 정부가 주도하는 데이터에 조금 더 가깝다고 볼 수 있습니다. 실제 한국에서 저희 인문학 프로젝트들의 대부분은 민간의 자원이라기보다는 우리 정부에 의해서 다양한 펀딩 지원들을 받고 있습니다. 그리고 그 결과물도 당연히 정부의 세금으로 만든 것이 되죠. 그리고 저희 정부는 2023년에 법률을 제정을 합니다. 공공데이터 제공 및 이용 활성화에 관한 법률, 보통 공공데이터 법이라고 불리는 법입니다. 이 법의 핵심은 공공기관이 공공의 자금으로, 쉽게 말해서 세금으로, 국민 세금으로 만든 모든 데이터는 기본적으로 국민에게 다시 돌려줘라. 다시 말해서 공개해라 라는 게 기본적인 법의 취지입니다. 물론 모든 걸 공개할 수는 없습니다. 예를 들어서 국가 안보하고 관련된 사항, 한국에 미사일이 몇 개냐, 얼마 전에 핵 잠수함 만든다고 하는데 그거를 우리 한국은 이미 핵 잠수함이 10개가 있어요. 만약에 있다면. 근데 그런 사실을 공개할 수는 없겠죠. 그렇게 국가 안보와 관련된 사항 혹은 개인 저작권에 관련된 사항 혹은 개인정보에 관련된 사항은 당연히 공개가 저촉이 됩니다. 하지만 그 외에 모든 공공기관이 가지고 있는 데이터는 기본적으로 공개를 해야 된다. 그것이 의무다라는 게 이 법의 기본적인 취지입니다. 그래서 죄송합니다. 그래서 오른쪽을 보시면 좀 이따가 다시 설명을 드리겠지만 이에 대응해서 공공 데이터들을 공개하는 다양한 포털들, 공공 데이터 포털, 그리고 AI 허브, AI 데이터가 좀 모여 있고 그 다음에 텍스트 데이터가 좀 더 많이 모여 있는 모두의 말뭉치, 이렇게 몇 가지의 공공 데이터 포털들이 만들어지고 있고 운영되고 있습니다. 물론 얼마 전에 그 클라우드 불났잖아요. 그래서 공공 데이터 포털이 제대로 작동을 안 하고 있습니다. 참고로 상당히 부끄러운 일이죠. 그러면 여기서 얘기하는 공공 데이터란 무엇이냐라고 했을 때 핵심 중에 하나가 그냥 일반적인 PDF 자료를 말하지 않고 머신 리더블 데이터, 기계가 읽을 수 있는 데이터라고 보통 법률 조항에 이런 식으로 명시하지 않음에도 불구하고 굳이 머신 리더블 데이터라고 명명백백하게 적어 놓았습니다. 이게 무엇을 의미하냐면 우리가 기존의 많은 부분에서 DIKW 모델이라고 해서 데이터를 그냥 휴지 조각 혹은 밑바닥에 있는 자갈돌 같이 취급을 했는데 실제로 저희 표준국어 대사전의 정의 3번을 보면 컴퓨터가 처리할 수 있는 모든 문자, 소리, 숫자, 그림과 같은 전체 디지털 데이터를 얘기합니다. 그래서 예를 들어서 저희 니스에서 검색 가능한 논문 같은 거 다 PDF로 다운을 받죠. 근데 그거를 그냥 데이터 수준이라고 말하기는 어려울 겁니다. 전통적인 DIKW 모델에서 최소한 논리지 정도는 되겠죠. 혹은 위스덤까지도 될 수 있겠죠. 그래서 이런 데이터에 대한 정의가 조금 바뀌어야 될 부분도 있고, 하지만 그럼에도 불구하고 저희 거는 최초의 2013년에 공공데이터법이 만들어지고 이거에 상응해서 여기 아래쪽에 가려져서 안 보이는데요. 다음번에 할 때는 이거에 대해서도 자막 처리도 잘 해보겠습니다. 그 행정안전부에서 공공데이터 관리 지침이라고 해서 법률에 대응하는 구체적인 내용에 저렇게 머신 리더블 데이터에 대한 구체적인 사항도 적어놓습니다. 그래서 우리가 일반적으로 사용하는 PDF 같은 경우는 공공데이터로 등록할 가치조차 없다라고 명확하게 얘기를 하고 있고, 그리고 최소한 엑셀이라는 JPG 정도는 돼야 되고 웬만하면 CSV, JSON, XML 혹은 RDF, 최상위로는 LOD, Linked Open Data로 만들라고 분명하게 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 실제 대부분의 한국에서도 조선왕조실록으로 한 다양한 연구가 있는데 웹에서 스크래핑하는 경우도 많이 있습니다. 하지만 실제 모든 데이터는 XML로 되어 있고요. 로우 데이터가. 그리고 그 로우 데이터는 웹에서 클릭 한 번으로 다운로드가 받을 수 있고, 그 다운로드를 받아보면 보통 NER 같은 태스크를 수행할 때 이 인물을 식별하지 않습니까? 그 인물을 식별할 뿐만 아니라 개별 인물에게 각각의 아이디, 지금으로 따지면 주민등록번호를 모두 부여하고 있어서 이것만 가지고도 다양한 AI 학습을 수행할 수 있을 정도입니다. 네. 그리고 보통 CC라고 불리는 영역에 있어서는 한국은 보통 CC로 따지면 CC by SA를 채택하고 있고요. 저희 자체적으로는 공공저작물 자유이용 허락 표시라고 불리는 유형이 있는데 기본적으로 CC하고 똑같습니다. 그리고 대부분의 공공 데이터는 사실 퍼블릭 제로, CC 제로라고 불리는 마음대로 사용할 수 있는 영역, 상업적이든 비상업적이든 출처를 표기했든 안 했든 변경을 했든 안 했든 마음대로 사용할 수 있는 게 기본적으로 장착이 되어 있습니다. 그리고 그런 공공 데이터가 기본적으로 모이는 곳은 공공 데이터 포털이고, 또한 AI에 대응하기 위해서 데이터 댐 프로젝트를 수행을 했고 그 수행 결과들이 AI 허브에서 지속적으로 업로드가 되고 있고, 또한 한국어 자료를 중심으로 해서 국립국어원에서 진행하고 있는 모두의 말뭉치 포털이 있습니다. 기본적으로 신청하는 방법들의 차이는 있지만 다 다양하게 우리가 획득해서 사용할 수가 있습니다. 만약에 거기 이런 포털들에 해당 데이터가 존재하지 않는다면 그러면 우리는 공공 데이터 신청을 할 수 있습니다. 참고로 공공 데이터를 우선적으로 공개를 하는 것은 각 기관의 의무입니다. 안 돼 있으면 그거에 상응하는 책임을 반드시 지어야 되는 거고요. 그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 신청을 했을 경우에 그 데이터를 발견하지 못해서 신청을 했을 경우에는 최대 만약에 신청을 하고 한 3주 정도 걸립니다. 정확하게는 10 workday 정도 걸리는데 보통 5일을 연장을 하기 때문에 13주에서 4주 정도 걸리는데요. 보통은 승인을 하기도 하고 거부를 하기도 합니다. 만약에 거부가 됐으면 분쟁조정위원회까지 가야 되고 이거에 대응하는 강력한 제재 수단이 마련되어 있기 때문에 웬만하면 사실 오픈을 해주고 있는 게 현실입니다. 다만 몇몇 가지 조항들이 문제는 아니고요. 어쩔 수 없이 존재를 합니다. 아까 얘기했다시피 개인의 정보 그리고 저작권 이 두 가지가 여전히 남아 있습니다. 예를 들어서 구체적인 사례를 하나 대면 이거는 근대 시기에 일제 시기에 일제의 감시를 받았던 한국 사람들, 그 당시엔 조선 사람이죠. 조선 사람들에 대한 정보들을 모아놓은 겁니다. 온라인에 다 공개가 되어 있는데 이거에 대해서 신청을 합니다. 그러면은 이거에 대해서 처음에는 거부가 나왔는데요. 왜 거부였냐면 개인정보다. 어떤 사람이 어디 사는지 다 나왔다. 근데 네, 이거 웹에 공개돼 있죠. 그러면은 공개돼 있는 것부터가 개인정보 위반이죠. 그래서 이런 것들은 실제로는 인정이 되지 않는데 대부분의 기관에서는 자기 데이터를 공개하기 싫어합니다. 그래서 최초에는 보통 이런 식으로 싫다고 얘기하는 경우도 있고요. 한국 근대 지리 정보 같은 경우는 지금은 완전 오픈되어 있지만 초기에는 베타 버전이라고 해서 테스트 버전이라고 해서 공개를 안 했던 적도 있습니다. 그래서 이런 일들이 비일비재하게 벌어지고요. 특히 제일 머리 아파지는 게 저작권법으로 저작권법 관련해서 예를 들어서 한국 문지총관 관련해가지고 한국 문지총관 만들 때 저작권을 모두 확보하지는 못했습니다. 현실적으로. 그렇기 때문에 저작권이 걸려있기 때문에 제공을 못 해주겠다. 이런 식으로 나오는 경우도 많이 있고요. 특히 차라리 여기 지금까지 소개해드렸던 거는 근대 혹은 고대의 역사 사료이기 때문에 그나마 낫습니다. 현대의 출판물을 다루고 있는 뉴스라든지 문학작품을 다루고 있는 현대 말뭉치, 코퍼스 쪽에서는 이런 저작권에 대해서 보다 더 민감하고 실제 저작권 침해 관련으로 뉴스 보도에도 몇 번 나왔던 적이 있어서 앞으로 저작권에 대해서 우리가 고민할 필요는 있습니다. 실제 저작권이라는 게 창작자의 의지를 붙돋기 위해서 나온 건데 그게 인류 지식 진보에 도움이 되기 때문에 저작권이 만들어진 건데 결과적으로 도움이 안 된다면 그리고 대부분의 저작권법에서는 학문적인 목적 혹은 교육적인 목적은 풀어놓습니다. 왜냐하면 인류 전체 지식을 넓히기 위해서. 근데 만약에 그게 방해가 된다면 근데 그렇다고 창작자의 권리를 보호 안 해줄 수도 없는데 고민이 있을 수밖에 없는 지점으로 보입니다. 뒷부분은 제가 벌써 많은 시간을 써가지고 좀 빠르게 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 해외에서는 이제 다양한 데이터들을 만들고 있습니다. 근데 그 중에서 인물 정보 같은 경우를 한번 보도록 하겠습니다. 중국 같은 경우는 CBDB라고 해서 China Biological Database, Biographical Database라고 해서 중국의 모든 인물들을 최대한 많이 모아놓은 RDB 단위의 데이터가 있습니다. 이렇게 모아놓고 있습니다. 그래서 그게 온전히 공개가 되어 있죠. 하지만 한국과 같은 경우는 각각의 기관에 다양한 내용들이 다 흩어져 있습니다. 모아놓고 보면 어떻게 보면은 전체 비율상으로는 한국이 더 많이 모았을 수도 있습니다. 하지만 각각의 기관 혹 설령 같은 기관이라도 다른 팀이면 다 흩어져 있는 것이 지금의 현실입니다. 그러다 보니까 온전히 질문을 못합니다. 왜냐? 어떤 데이터는 어떤 사람이 과거 시험에 합격한 데이터는 A 기관에 있고 그 과거 시험에 합격해서 어떤 관직에 있었던 건 B 기관에 있습니다. 그리고 이 사람의 아버지, 할머니 혹은 장인어른에 대한 정보는 C 기관에 있습니다. 서로 다 흩어져 있습니다. 얘네들이 흩어져 있기 때문에 제대로 질문을 할 수가 없습니다. 각각의 곳에 가서 키워드로 검색을 하고 확인을 할 수밖에 없는 것이 지금의 현실입니다. 그러면 어떻게 할 수 있을까? 그나마 몇몇 가지가 연결되어 있긴 합니다. 아까 소개해 드렸다시피 조선왕조실록의 인물에는 아이디가 마크업이 되어 있습니다. 그리고 그 아이디는 저희 한국중앙연구원이 가지고 있는 과거 시험 합격 기록, 입사 기록과 또 연결이 되어 있습니다. 그러다 보니까 이 두 정보를 연결한다면 훨씬 더 많은 일들을 할 수 있습니다. 하지만 이거는 극히 소수의 예일 뿐입니다. 실제로는 예를 들어서 죄송하지만 국사편찬위원회는 죄송하지만 국사편찬위원회가 관리하고 있는 데이터입니다. 근대 데이터입니다. 근현대 인물 자료라는 게 있고 근현대 회사 자료라는 게 있습니다. 회사에 있는 주주라든지 사장 이름들이 열거가 되어 있습니다. 두 개가 연결되는 게 당연히 있겠죠. 없을 리가 없죠. 하지만 실제로는 두 데이터는 따로따로 놀고 있습니다. 두 개가 연결되어 있지 않습니다. 물론 예를 들어서 A라는 자료에 이완용이 있고요. 유명하신 분이죠. 그리고 회사 자료에도 이완용이 사장으로 있습니다. 그러면 이완용으로 검색하면 되는 거 아니야? 아니죠. 왜냐하면 동명이인, 이인 동명들이 워낙 많은데 그것들을 하나하나 그때그때 식별할 수는 없습니다. 다 아이디로 연결되어 있어야 되는데 같은 기관에 같은 시대를 담당해도 이렇게 따로 프로젝트를 진행하면 기본적인 정보가 서로 연결되지 않습니다. 물론 이런 거 또 다른 문제가 기껏 데이터를 만들어 놔도 연결된 데이터를 만들어 놔도 예를 들어서 9편에서는 코리안 히스토리 LOD 링크드 오픈 데이터를 만들었음에도 불구하고 지금은 온전히 서비스가 되지 않습니다. 왜 그런지는 아실 겁니다. 당장에 돈을 받을 때에는 서버도 유지할 수 있지만 프로젝트가 끝나고 그 다음에는 이걸 유지할 방법이 없습니다. 예를 들어서 어제 키노트 스피치에 유인태 선생님의 지하밀기가 언급이 됐었는데 지금 그 프로젝트가 끝난 지 한 6년 정도 지나고 있는데 그 서버비는 어디 누구도 주지 않습니다. 개인이 부담하는 거죠. 여기 계신 분들 중에 몇몇 분들 다 있으실 겁니다. 개인이 서버비를 부담하면서 혹은 기타 다른 걸 부담하면서 어떻게든 유지하고 있는 거죠. 물론 저도 그런 사례가 있고요. 그러면 이런 것들도 하나하나 문제라고 할 수밖에 없습니다. 그래서 뭐 이런 거를 해결하기 위해서는 시멘틱 데이터를 통해 가지고 데이터들을 상호 연결하면 참 좋겠죠. 방금 전에 오전 섹션에서 북경대 쪽에서 옛날 한어 쪽에 있는 것들을 텍스트로 전환하고 텍스트 안에서 인물이나 지명 같은 거를 마크업할 수 있게 되었죠. 그 마크업 돼 있는 거를 한국 쪽의 인물이나 중국 쪽의 인물들하고 서로 연결한다면 당연히 더 좋을 수밖에 없을 겁니다. 당연히 연결하면은 좋을 겁니다. 또한 다른 측면에서 한국 같은 경우는 이제 사전을 만들 때 데이터를 기반으로 하지는 않습니다. 놀랍게도 이제는 집단지성을 기반으로 합니다. 다양한 우리 시민들이 우리말쌤이란 곳에 들어가서 이런 단어를 등록해 주세요 라고 하고 그리고 다른 사람들이 그 등록한 거에 대해서 평가를 해서 최종적으로는 국립국어원에서 이거에 대해서 이거는 표준국어대사전에 등록해도 되겠다라고 해서 등록을 하고 있습니다. 집단지성으로 이루어지고 있는 거죠. 또한 한국국학진흥원의 예시를 보면은 어르신들 은퇴하고 나서 자기 집에 있는 수많은 사진들이 있죠. 사실 그거는 한 개인한테는 자기의 추억이지만 어떻게 보면 하나의 사료라고 할 수 있을 겁니다. 그런 사료들을 하나하나 업로드하고 이게 언제 어디서 누구랑 찍은 거다라고 이야기해주고 있는 상황입니다. 그런 것들을 하나하나 모으는 프로젝트가 근대 기록문화 아카이브입니다. 사실 이거 되게 좋은 컨셉이고 참 좋게 잘 진행이 되고 있는데 여기 접속해 보시면 검색부터 시작해서 매우 불편하실 겁니다. 왜냐 프로젝트가 끝났거든요. 그리고 담당자가 딴 기관으로 갔거든요. 간단합니다. 그리고 그러면 여기서 지금 원래 옛날 자료 모을 때 제일 어려운 게 개인정보 문제, 저작권 문제잖아요. 근데 어르신들이 자기가 가지고 있는 나를 찍은 사진을 업로드한 거예요. 그러면 저작권 문제나 개인정보 문제도 다 해결된 이 좋은 데이터가 사실 언제 어떻게 없어질지 모르는 게 지금 상황인 겁니다. 뭐 해외에 있는 뭐 구직부라든지 죄송합니다. 우이디엔이었는데 제가 잘못 어차피 가려져 있군요. 제가 잘못 적어놨는데 둘 다 컨트롤 C 컨트롤 V를 해놨네요. 우이디엔도 있고요. 지금 우이디엔 같은 경우도 제가 알기로는 대중의 참가를 받고 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 대학생, 대학원생들이 참가해서 고문원에 대해서 아까 전에 오전에 보여드렸던 거 있죠. OCR하고 마크업하고 뭐 이런 것들에 대한 그 대중의 참여들을 이끌어가고 있습니다. 물론 제가 정확한 사정은 모르지만 우리한테는 틱톡으로 유명한 바이트댄스하고 같이 하고 계신 것도 아주 든든한 뒷배가 되기 텐데 거꾸로 얘기해서 이런 플랫폼을 유지하는 게 그만큼 어렵다는 겁니다. 도큐스카이도 어떻게든 유지는 하고 있죠. 그래서 이런 문제들을 앞으로 어떻게 해결을 할까라고 했을 때 저는 LOD, 세맨틱 데이터를 얘기할 수밖에 없습니다. 왜냐하면은 생성형 AI 같은 게 계속 발전을 하겠죠. 하지만 그 할루시네이션은 계속 살아남을 겁니다. 그러면은 걔네들 입장에서 이런 할루시네이션을 없애기 위해서는 믿을 수 있는, 신뢰할 수 있는 안정적인 데이터가 있으면 참 좋을 겁니다. 공개되어 있는. 그러면 예를 들어서 저희 한국학중앙연구원은 한국학에 대해서는 저희도 자부심이 있습니다. 저희 한국학중앙연구원에서 제공하는 데이터는 URL을 통해서 증명이 되죠. 왜냐? 저희는 aks.h.kr이거든요. 그건 저희밖에 있을 수 없습니다. 거기 AKS에서 제공하는 이 순신에 대한 정보다. 그러면은 그 무엇보다 정확할 겁니다. 그러면 생성형 AI들은 이런 도메인에 있는 정보들을 참조해서 할루시네이션을 최대한 줄일 수 있을 겁니다. 근데 이 지점에서 아주 큰 문제가 하나 존재합니다. 이 시스템을 누가 어떻게 잘 유지할 수 있을 것이냐. 특히 제일 큰 문제는 결국 데이터를 만드는 건데, 그리고 그 데이터를 만드는 건 대부분 우리 인문학자일 텐데, 그 데이터를 만드는 노동에 대한 정당한 보상이 과연 주어지냐. 그냥 난 열심히 했어. 그래 박수 받아. 노력했어. 인류 지식을 위해서. 사실 그렇게 끝나면 이상적이긴 한데 그래서는 지속 가능할 리가 없죠. 사실. 그러면 기관 입장에서는 되게 간단합니다. 사실. 의무를 져버리면 됩니다. 저도 제가 있는 곳이 공공기관인데 공공기관한테는 하라고 명령하면 돼요. 법률로 정하면 되고 의무를 부과해 보면 됩니다. 또한 기관 입장에서도 이득이 없지 않아 있습니다. 데이터를 보유하고 있는 건 곧 힘이기 때문에 기관이 데이터를 가지고 있으면 저희한테도 실익이 뭐 직접적으로 간접적으로 있습니다. 문제가 되는 건 개인입니다. 인류 지식에 기여한다. 좋죠. 그리고 요즘은 점점 데이터 페이퍼라고 해가지고 데이터 자체를 하나의 연구 성과로 인정하려는 흐름이 없잖아 있습니다. 물론 아직 먼 길을 더 가야 되겠지만 분명히 데이터만으로 성과를 인정받는, 지금 보고 계시는 거 딥러닝을 배우신 분들 아시죠? 그 유명한 엠니스트 그 데이터셋 0부터 9까지를 분류하는 그 데이터셋이 한 단시백, 1000만, 한 5만 건 정도입니다. 이거 옛날에 스크린샷해서 그럴 거고요. 한 5만 건 정도 인용이 되어 있습니다. 연구 성과를 인정받죠, 이러면. 근데 실질적으로 현실적인 보상은 뭐가 있느냐? 우리가 교원 임용이 되거나 연구원이 임용이 되거나 승진을 할 때 논문이나 저서를 죽도록 써야 됩니다. 데이터 100건을 혹은 10,000건을 아무리 아름답고 좋게 만들었다고 한들 그거는 성과가 되지 않습니다. 5분이나 남았나요? 아닌데? 제 거에서 더 시간을 많이 주시려고 1분 남았어요. 네. 그래서 현실적으로 이런 보상이 있지 않는 이상 분명히 어려운 것 같고요. 근데 이런 보상은 저 혼자 얘기한다고 해결되지도 않을 거고, 데이터를 충분히 논문과 저술에 대응하는 학술적인 성과로 인정하는 분명한 분위기가 있어야 될 텐데, 사실 전통적인 학계에서 이런 데이터 만드는 거에 비견되는 거는 영인본 정리하는 거, 혹은 교정본 만드는 거, 혹은 사전 만드는 작업이죠. 이거에 대해서도 솔직히 온전히 잘 성과를 인정해 주지 않는 상황에서 과연 데이터에 대해서 언제쯤 온전한 성과를 인정받을지는 솔직히 잘 모르겠고, 뭐 좀 잘 해결됐으면 좋겠는데, 더 좋은 의견이나 아이디어 있으시면 저희 모두 좀 공유해가지고 더 좋은 연구 환경을 만들었으면 좋겠습니다. 결국 뭐 생성형 AI니 아니면 그 외에 수많은 디지털 분석 기술이 있다 한들 데이터가 없으면 아무것도 하지 못하지 않습니까? 네, 이상으로 제 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And thank you for Dr. Kim for raising a critical question for digital humanities in Korea. How fragmented public data limits meaning for humanities, what did I say? Humanistic interpretation and why linked, machine readable, and ethically governed data infrastructure is essential for our future research ecosystem. So let's join give him a big applause. So we now move to our final presentation, which turns our attention from data infrastructure to archival access, public memory, and the ethics of cultural preservation. The final speaker is Professor Hohyun Choi from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Her research focuses on media memory, audiovisual archives, and the ethical conditions of cultural access in digital environments. Her talk is titled Ethics of Access and Public Memory, the Role of Audiovisual Archives in Digital Humanities. Professor Choi, whenever you are ready, please begin.
Hello, my name is Hohyun Choi. Nice to meet you. I'm from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and I'm also Director General for Korean Association for Audiovisual Preservation. This is an association for audiovisual archives in Korea. This is the title of my presentation. And yeah, here is a brief table of contents of this presentation. And let's start off with a brief overview of my research background. So let's begin with ownership. As Dr. Kim said, this aspect. So ownership is very important element in audiovisual archives. Audiovisual archives are often governed by a dense web of copyright and neighbor rights and institutional policies. But who is owner? Who is owner? The copyright owner is not the person who appears in the footage, nor the community it depicts, but the institution or corporation they produced or broadcasted. For instance, in Korea, many broadcasting companies are owners for audiovisual archives. The legal framework designed in the 20th century to protect economic interest has an unintended consequence. It locks memory behind ownership. What is preserved may be accessible physically, but not publicly visible. As a result, copyright becomes a gatekeeper of history. Digitization, it promised a new era of openness. Access for all became a general slogan. Digital technologies have made archives searchable, portable, infinitely replicable. But openness also introduced new forms of control. Platforms like YouTube, institutional portals, or streaming service mediate what is seen, how is framed. So even when materials are accessible, access itself is often governed by platform logic, or metadata bias, or political sensitivities. In short, access is no longer about availability, it's about governance. So these are three main bodies specializing in audiovisual archiving in South Korea. Public institutions are the main driving force of policymaking in collecting, managing, and using the audiovisual archives. The national broadcasters in South Korea frequently use their own archives for the in-house production. They upload also many clips from their old TV programs, often on their own official channels. And third one, individual and private sectors. It is also important group. Private enterprise, especially the entertainment giant like Hype or SM Entertainment, and they have been extensively employing their archival collection for generating new interest on their old catalog. So before discussing several cases in audiovisual archives in Korea, let's have a first look at the mission of the role of a digital archive. So providing access to the digital archive is considered the main role of digital archive because the ultimate purpose of preserving and managing digital materials is to make them usable and beneficial for individuals, organizations, and society as a whole. Access actually is divided into two sections. Physical access and information access. Physical access is access to the physical carriers and its content, so by digitization, for example. And information access is access to the content information, so it's important to describe well metadata, by metadata. So providing access, a digital archive ensures analogy accessibility. Without access, the preserved materials would remain dormant, failing to fulfill their potential to inform and educate. So many of you mentioned those a lot Europeana. I think it is a very good example. Europeana plays a vital role in this mission by connecting millions of cultural and historical records from European institutions into a single. Using Europeana, a platform that aggregates digital collections from cultural institutions across Europe, I searched for Korean in Europe, materials related to Korea. Interestingly, a significant number of records concern North Korea in Eastern Europe, including immigrants, laborers, or individuals connected to the Korean War. While visiting these archives in person would be challenging, Europeana made me discover and contextualize these materials with ease through its online access system. So digital archives are funded, maintained with public or institutional resources. Providing access ensures that they serve as public goods. So access demonstrates the value of archives to stakeholders, funders, and general public, ensuring and continued support and relevance. And actually, access and preservation are interconnected. Ensuring accessibility over time It validates the effort and resources invested in preservation. And materials preserved without plans for access may eventually lose their relevance or utility, undermining the purpose of their preservation. That's why many archives, it follows this model, OIES, Open Archival Information System reference model from NASA in US. But there are many challenges and considerations in providing access. First of all, access and preservation should be balanced. While access is essential, it must not compromise the integrity of digital materials. Tools like watermarks or permissions manage this balance. And there are also technological barriers. Providing access is the cornerstone of digital archives' purpose because it transforms stored data into a dynamic resource that educates, informs, and inspires. So I'll focus on the process of digitization. Let's see why digitization is important for preservation and providing access. So digitization and preservation plans are a critical component for providing access to digital archive. Together, they ensure the physical and digital materials are not only safeguarded, but also made accessible in a meaningful and sustainable way. So why digitization is important? Why it is important? Digitized materials can be shared globally via online platforms, as you know, as you have experience. And digitization often involves creating metadata, indexing materials, in making it easier to search, browse, and retrieve items. So you can see the good example of BFI, British Film Institute. Actually, BFI, it is Audiovisual Archives in UK. It launched in 2023, BFI Replay. You can search on Google. After digitizing their films, videotapes, all digitized content can be accessed with BFI Replay Player, and it's software in almost all the libraries and mediatheks in UK, not here. So digitization and preservation are, again, it is interconnected. Digitization without preservation is unsustainable, but challenges and consideration is cost. Cost and for digitization equipment and labor. And it is also the problem of accuracy in metadata. And you can have we can't digitize all items because of limited resource. So you can see the picture of arrival of train at La Ciotat station in France. So this is the film was shot and edited in 35mm film. This film is preserved in the Museum of Lumière in Lyon, France. Thanks to digitized version in 4K format, we all can watch the old film whenever we want on YouTube. And thanks to digitized version in 2010s, the status of the original film is well recorded in pixel. So it will be helpful to preserve the carrier in the storage. This is a representative case which explains the role of digitization in providing access and preservation. So now let's have a look a case of in Korea. Since 2022, I have been researching and focusing on the archives on local broadcasters in Korea. Korea's local broadcasters consist of 25 channels, including 16 regional MBC and 9 private broadcasters. We have also KBS regional headquarters, but KBS headquarters are well managed by KBS headquarters. So that's why I studied only MBC and private channels. Especially regional MBC stations, it have produced and broadcast programs since the 1970s. So they still have substantial film and tape materials. So why their archives are important? Actually, their content held by local broadcasters, it contains the archetype of Korean broadcasting culture in the past. Many of broadcasters like KBS or MBC or SBS, so-called main broadcasters, they finished the digitization tapes to use in in-house production. So after the digitization project ended in the early 2010s, they abandoned most of the tapes materials. In contrast, local broadcasters, they have been unable to proceed with any digitization project because of shortage in budget, personnel, and time. So that's why they keep their own film and tapes now. So you have 1-inch old tapes in Busan MBC, and you have also MBC Gangwon-Yeongdong. They have a large collection of footage depicting industrial sites and daily lives of miners in coal mine. So most tapes are news production have been digitized because it is well used. But those are production like documentaries or entertainment is stored in physical carriers. Each company, they have from 15,000 to 20,000 items without digitization. A lot of unplayable materials due to deterioration of tapes, as tapes are often multiplied on shelves. You can see the picture shelves situated near air conditioning room. It's my picture. And in Jeonju MBC, actually. Tapes left in unused studio in recording room. Few companies own VCR, video cassette recorders, equipment to play digitized tapes. And so they have no database, lists, or catalog of videotapes. It is really difficult to search on old tapes, even for production staff. From the perspective of preservation and accessibility, such historical video materials are not only proper storage facilities, it's controlled temperature and humidity, but also it remains undigitized. This makes them difficult to access, not only for general public, but also for members of the respective companies. Only 2 companies like Chuncheon MBC, now it is more, and Andong MBC are all digitized their physical carriers. And around 2018, many implemented a news production system and digital archives, but unfortunately, they don't have any data management policies in long term. But you can watch some digitized items thanks to their YouTube channels. Local broadcasters have a video on demand service in the website, and they upload also all content on YouTube official channel. And content is in sale for enterprise, institutions, public use, and individuals. So now I want to mention ethical dilemmas in audiovisual archives. From now, the word audiovisual archives means an institution for digital heritage management. Most audiovisual archives, they employ a system called the DRM system, the digital right management. DRM systems are tools and technologies designed to control and restrict access to digital content, ensuring compliance with copyright and intellectual property rights. So metadata plays a key role in documenting and tracking intellectual property rights for digital heritage items. As for digitization, actually, audiovisual archives have to perform some process for permissions and clearance of right, identifying right holders like creators, publishers, states before digitization. And in many cases, collaborative agreement like MOU or a contract, it is also important. And public access to cultural heritage material and IPR, intellectual property right or copyright, is also a critical aspect of digital heritage management. Balancing access and protection IPR, it requires strategic planning to honor legal, ethical, and cultural considerations. So many of you can have open access, but like viewing, downloading, and reuse without restriction. And it is also controlled access, mainly for researchers or institutional members, or it is also access with permission to right holders. So these are main measures to balance public access and proprietary rights. So we can use also metadata standard like Dublin Core or rightstatement.org to clearly document rights and usage terms. And so I'll give you some audiovisual archives case in Korea for public use. For example, Korean Film Archive, 한국영상자료원 in Korean, they have KMDB, KMDB. This is Korean movie database. It provides integrated access to film information, video clips, still image, and posters, allowing both scholars and general public to freely explore and utilize these resources. It provides access to comprehensive metadata and digitized film materials, but also actively promote public use of its collection. So it's open access search system. Users can view restored films, archival footage, and related documentation online, supporting research, education, and cultural activities. And you have also KTV, 한국정책방송원, KTV, and KTV opened their platforms, KTV Nanuri. KTV Nanuri was launched in 2020 to share KTV's video content, such as Korean policy videos, national records, and modern and contemporary history data of Korea, including KTV's video content. Nanuri is in Korean, is Korean word that means to share widely. It is originally open for only 100, more than 100 partners members by MOU. But since September 2025, it is open to general public. You can use it also for search and educational research, creative use. But it is well organized relatively. It is not enough in terms of information access. For example, content information like subject, location, people, and it is often insufficiently described. Metadata lacks right informations. And you have also KBS Bada. KBS Bada is C, and download in Korean. It is also a video sharing platform for open and free access, but it is well criticized also in terms of metadata and availability of the availability of content. Due to third-party rights issues, such as music copyright and production company ownership, many available clips are restricted to less than 10 seconds only. So, to conclude, I want to mention the word custodianship, shared custodianship, instead of ownership or copyright. I believe we need to fundamentally rethink about ownership means in the context of our archives. So that's why, but archives are not commodities. They are cultural ecosystem that involve many layers of authorship, memory, and care. That's why many scholars and archivists now talk about custodianship instead of ownership. Custodianship shifts the focus from control to care, from possessing heritage to taking responsibility for it together. It asks us to see archives not as private assets locked behind the institutional walls, but as shared trust held on behalf of society. So, custodianship also changes how we think about archival practice itself. So it requires consultation before digitization and contextualization before publication, so ensuring that digital items are not stripped of their historical and cultural meaning when they appear online. It calls for reciprocity after access. So, thank you for listening my presentation. I'm really happy to share some ideas with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Choi, for keeping the sharp time and for your thoughtful and the timely presentation on audiovisual archives and the ethics of the access in digital humanities. Please join me in giving her a warm round of applause. So we'll now move into our discussion segment. We are very pleased to have Professor Jaeyeon Lee from UNIST with us. So Professor Lee's research spans digital humanities, media studies, and cultural data analysis, and we look forward to his insights as well. And Professor In-tae Ryu was scheduled to join us as a discussant, and although he could not be here today due to unexpected circumstances, we are grateful that Professor Byung-Jun Kim has kindly agreed to read his prepared comments on his behalf. At this time, I would like to invite Professor Kim and Professor Lee and all our presenters to join us on stage. They are already here. Yeah. We will begin with the comments from Professor Lee, followed by Professor Kim, reading Professor Ryu's prepared remarks. So would you please begin? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jaehyun Lee, and I'm teaching Korean literature and the digital humanities at Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology in Korea. First of all, thank you very much for Professor Godfrey for your wonderful and inspiring presentation. Your project, which is developed with the colleagues to digitally commemorate and preserve and interpret the histories of socially marginalized communities, including Black communities and women, offers a very compelling model of how we might practice public digital humanities. And then this is a deeply moving example of how scholarly work can extend it into social activism. In Korea, too, ordinary citizens who demanded democracy during the colonial period and under the US military regime and dictatorship after the post-liberation years experienced the censorship and oppression by the colonial and authoritarian regimes. So perhaps this is why your work resonates especially strongly with us. And in this regard, I would like to ask a few questions about your ongoing project in mapping the Black digital and public humanities. First of all, could you elaborate on the major development and transformation from your initial project, celebrating themes, to current one? And then I visited the Celebrating Themes website and I found it really interesting, fascinating, particularly how it began with the technological support from the University of Chicago, a major university in the US institution, but grew into a project rooted in the local collaboration. Even more impressive, however, is how the project adapted for use in secondary school curricula and transforming into educational resources. How has the character of mapping BDPH, which began in 2023, evolved from the earlier model of public digital humanities? In your talk, you mentioned that the project is organizing the 650 or 750 nowadays Black Studies project into a relational database. I'm curious about whether this project focus has shifted from the educational one to a more socially engaged one. Second question is about discoveries. So even within the Black Studies, there must be many subfields. And then I'm curious what new things you could find, or which areas of Black Studies get deeper as you made these subfield areas more interactive through digital scholarship. Or more broadly, what kind of a roles does the Black Studies play in these public digital humanities? Since Black digital public studies is still relatively new in Korea, so I'll really appreciate it if you could tell us more about this area. The next, I would like to hear your thoughts on how the ethic of care, which underpin the Celebrating Themes and nowadays your current project as well, might serve as an intellectual practice of resistance to authoritarian governance. At the 2025 ADHO conference, Alliance of Digital Humanities Conference keynote, Professor Rupika Risam expressed a similar view that concept of care, understood as a mutual regard and compassion, can extend beyond the individual engagement to foster broader forms of social solidarity. Yet, given the current suspension of NEH funding for DEI-related project, and I wonder how the concept of care can move beyond the ethical or theoretical principles to become a practical force that sustains the creation of intellectual ecosystem connecting marginalized communities. That's my question to Professor Godfrey and Professor 김바로 선생님. 네. 한국어로 할까요, 그러면? 오케이. 네, 한국어 버전으로 그러면은 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 한국 공공데이터 관리에 관한 법의 변화 과정을 짚어주시고, 그다음에 동아시아에서 축적한 여러 학문적 데이터베이스 사례를 참고한 한국의 인문학 데이터 구축에 관해서 구체적으로 제시를 해주셨는데요. 제가 그렇게 조금 특히 주의해서 본 부분은 그 국립중앙도서관에서 진행하고 있는 국가서지 링크드 오픈 데이터 부분하고, 그 다음에 중국의 그 CBDB 프로젝트, China Biographical Database예요. 그래서 이 둘을 참고를 한 Korean Database, 그러니까 KBDB, Korea Biographical Database 프로젝트를 지금 제안하고 계신 걸로 느꼈는데요. 근데 이제 국가 서지 링크드 오픈 데이터를 기반으로 해서 그런 데이터베이스를 만들려면 굉장히 여러 가지의 과정을 겪어야 할 것 같거든요. 어려운 과정들일 텐데, 왜냐면은 국가 서지 데이터베이스는 정말로 그냥 서지 데이터만 제공을 하는 거고, 수많은 인력들이 거기에 투입이 돼서 필요한 정보들을 뽑아내가지고서 연결을 수작업으로 시켜야 되는 거잖아요. 그랬을 때 이거는 이제 국립중앙도서관에서 기계 가독형 데이터를 제공을 할 수 있는지도 좀 의문인 것이고, 해서 아날로그 데이터를 디지털로 만들고 거기서 또 다시 필요한 데이터를 뽑아내는 작업까지 연결되는 과정을 필요로 하기 때문에 굉장히 어려운 좀 작업이 되지 않을까 싶기도 한데요. 혹시 이에 관해서 구체적인 플랜이나 비전이나 이런 것들을 가지고 계시면 좀 설명해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 최효진 교수님, 네, 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 한국에서 디지털 아카이브가 구축되고 서비스를 제공할 때 생기는 여러 가지 윤리적인 문제, 특히 이제 소유권과 어떤 공공성의 딜레마적 상황에 대해서 굉장히 폭넓게 사례를 짚어주셨습니다. 맨 마지막에 말씀하신 부분이 특히 눈에 띄었습니다. 결론에서 제언하신 기록을 사유화된 자산이 아니라 사회 전체를 위한 공동의 신탁물로 보자고 하신 부분에 저는 크게 공감을 하고요. 근데 그럼에도 불구하고 현실적인 문제는 여전한 것 같습니다. 예를 들면 이제 연구재단 펀딩을 받고 아날로그 자료를 PDF로 스캔하고 그거를 아카이브로 만들어 놓은 경우에도 저작권 때문에 그 자료를 공개하지 못한다라고 이야기를 하고 있거든요. 그래서 제가 실질적인 사례를 하나를 들고 왔는데, 네, 성대 분들에게는 죄송합니다만 성대 동아시아 센터에서 만든 한일 발행 그러니까 근대 신문 데이터베이스이거든요. 혹시 보셨는지? 네. 근데 거기에 이제 접근해서 연구자가 자료를 다운받으려고 하면 이게 네, 이렇게 뭐 신청서 다운로드라고 나오고, 여기 보시면은 네, 그래서 저작권 문제로 이것이 이제 연구자에게 모아놓은 자료 자체도 PDF로 제공을 못하고, 그리고 연구자가 이거를 이제 자료를 받으려면 이쪽에서, 그러니까 기관에서 이거를 다시 복사를 해서 우편으로 우송해 주겠다라고 하고 있거든요. 그래서 아무튼 네, 이렇게 되어 있는데 뭐 우송료는 뭐 한 장당 40원입니다. 이런 식으로 나오기도 하고. 근데 국가의 펀딩을 받아서 만든 자료고 굉장히 각고의 노력을 들여서 만들어 놓은 PDF 아카이브임에도 불구하고 일반 연구자가 접근을 할 때 제한이 생기는 이 경우는 왜 그런 것이며 이 문제를 풀려면 어떤 방식으로 접근하면 좋을지 한번 해결책을 여쭤봅니다. 네.
네, 전남대 유인태 선생님 대신해서 네, 피치 못하게 제가 다시 토론문을 같이 읽겠습니다. 첫 번째는 Professor Godfrey, thank you for your presentation. There were three key questions. The first one is this is a question regarding the database inclusion criteria. You mentioned that it is important to embrace non-digital and community-centered project in the DB construction process. In this connection, as a method of finding offline project with little to no digital footprint, you introduced the example of searching and collecting old conference program or grant announcement together with graduate student. I would like to ask about the specific detail of what criteria or key elements are considered in defining the scope and classification of Black Public Digital Humanity Project in this process. And second question is regarding the effectiveness of the database. According to the presentation, one of the ultimate goals of the mapping BDPH is influence scholars, funder, community activists, and policymaker through data visualization that reveals trend, gaps, and opportunities. Among these, you have present equitable resource distribution based on the data as a major direction. Although the server has not been open for very long yet, I'm curious whether there have been actual cases where the outcomes of this project have been referenced or have had an influence on social decision making, such as a funding decision or policy formulation. Last question is the users about the users of database. You mentioned that after the launch of this project outcome, the website user have been activated to over 3,000 people. In that case, who are the main user group utilizing mapping BDPH? Among various groups such as educator, student, community activist, and the general public, which group is the most actively accessing and utilizing it? And I'm very curious whether the user distribution matches the main target audience you initially expected or anticipate. 그리고 이분 네네. 그 두 번째는 이제 김바로 선생님 토론문에 대해서 또 세 가지 질문을 남겼는데요. 제가 첫 번째 질문은 김바로 선생님 논문에서 시멘틱 데이터의 생성이 중요해지고 있는데 그 정교한 데이터 구축 자체를 학문적 성과로 인준하기 위해서 구체적인 방안이 있을지, 그래서 이런 것들이 그 데이터 구축 성과를 학문적 실적으로 반영하는 기준에 대해 평소에 가지고 있는 견해 이미 좀 어느 정도 발표를 하실 때 이야기했던 것이긴 합니다만, 그리고 두 번째는 단발적인 지원 체계가 인문 데이터 구축의 영속성을 확보하기 어려워 보입니다. 그래서 펀딩 규모도 크지 않고요. 그렇다면 인문학자들이 자발적으로 데이터 구축에 참여하고 품질을 유지할 동기를 부여하기 위해서 어떤 인센티브, 지속 가능한 어떤 인센티브나 크레딧을 설계해야 된다고 보시는지 궁금하고요. 마지막 질문은 일제 감시 대상 인물 카드 로우 데이터 관련한 사례를 보여주셨습니다. 그래서 이걸 가지고 향후 광범위하게 축적 공유될 인문 데이터의 저작권 표준 모델에 대해서 어떤 생각을 가지고 계신지 궁금하다고 합니다. 네, 마지막 최유진 교수님 빠르게 하겠습니다. 네, 최유진 교수님 발표에서 이제 디지털 시청각 아카이브의 궁극적인 목적에 관련해서 제안해 주셨는데요. 이 발표문을 읽으면서 저는 이용자의 접근성 측면에서 영상과 같은 비정형 데이터가 어떤 방식으로 관리되고 제공되어야 이용자들에게 실질적으로 활용될 수 있을지에 대해 고민했고, 장기적으로는 단순히 메타데이터나 키워드를 제공하는 수준을 넘어서 영상이 담고 있는 다층적인 정보, 그러니까 이른바 이거 멀티모달이라고도 할 수도 있겠죠. 그런 것들을 있어야 될 것 같은데 구체적인 사례가 있는지 혹은 그런 비슷한 정황들이 있는지 궁금하다고 했고요. 두 번째 질문은 발표자께서 슬라이드 15면에 한국 지역 방송사 사례를 들면서 뉴스 제작용 테이프가 디지털화되었으나 대부분의 자료는 사실 디지털화되어 있지 않다고 하는데 이게 이런 어떤 편중 현상이 왜 이런 이유가 있었는지 공익적인 의도 때문에 그런 건지 궁금하다고 했습니다. 마지막 질문입니다. 사적인 소유권에서 공동관리 책임으로 저작권의 패러다임을 전환시킬 때 발생하는 그런 현실적인 문제들에 대해서 이야기해 주셨으면 좋겠고, 그런 공공적인 시스템으로서 국내에서 잘 자리 잡은 아카이브 사례가 있는지 알려주십시오. 네, 이상입니다.
So before we listen to presenters' response, the audience wants to have time to ask some questions. Please have some time. Yeah. So would you please do me first, do you first, and then get some questions from the floor. Yeah.
Is this on? Okay, there's a lot of questions. So I'll start with the first about the move from celebrating Sims to mapping BDPH. What we were really thinking about in making that move was the ways in which, when we think about the digital humanities and best practices in the digital humanities, we're often thinking about really well-funded projects associated with major, R1 universities in the US, we call them. And those projects that have these huge footprints, that have all this funding, get to tell everyone else sort of what the field is and how it should operate. But in reality, there are, hundreds and thousands of very small projects that don't have access to those resources. And partly because maybe they're really locally, like Celebrating Sims was, they have a very local audience in some ways. And so the big funders are not going to have an interest in those kinds of projects. And so these projects have to develop other strategies to survive. They have to develop other ways of doing the work. And that was what we really wanted to showcase, because we were seeing so much creativity in the field that really didn't have any visibility and wasn't getting kind of advertised. And so that's where Mapping BDPH came out of, was to think about, can we actually document what's happening in the field and move beyond, only highlighting these big R1 associated projects that are getting major funding, and actually kind of put on the map all of these smaller projects that are doing different strategies. So I would say that we're in the kind of, Celebrating Sims really moved through stages. The first stage was just gathering all the material because it hadn't been preserved, creating the exhibit. It was the next stage was, okay, well, let's start actually taking all this material and attaching metadata to it so that it can be a searchable database for researchers. And then we thought, students might really want this, so let's partner with the schools, figure out lesson plans and curricula. And so I think that's what we're trying to do with Mapping BDPH is, okay, we've created the database, we've gathered the material, now we need to start both doing some analysis ourselves so that we can show people what people are doing and where the money's going and what other strategies people are coming out with, but also make the database available to other researchers and scholars and funders that might be interested in that material. I haven't yet seen the direct impact on funding agencies of the project, although I will say that I know that lots of fellow scholars, especially at historically Black colleges and universities, have used the project to help get tenure. So if their project, for example, is listed in our database, then that can become a kind of, a rubber stamp or something that they can use to help promote their own work. So I've seen its effect in that way. I'd say in terms of how does the ethic of care move beyond the theoretical to the practical, it begins in the practical. That's where it exists, because it's about practice. It's about how you treat people. It's about how you work with people. And so the way that we resist the sort of authoritarian government through the ethic of care, the tool that our current US government is using is money. Right? They're taking your money away from you unless you do what they say. And so if we can do things without their money, right, then they don't have that power over us, right? And so I think that's another reason why some of these other strategies that we've already been doing become even more important in the current political environment. I would say that the main users of the database currently, we have a mailing list which is made up of project directors. And so that's really our kind of main users at the moment, is people who are already on the map and who are sharing it with their colleagues and their students. And so a lot of our users are using it. We have librarians that are using it to find people that they want to connect with. We have scholars and professors that are using it in their classes to help their students understand the field or find projects they want to work on. But really what we're thinking about for these next steps in the project is how do we expand that user base beyond our creator base, if that makes sense, right? So how do we make these projects more visible, help these projects become more visible to non-academics, to high school students, secondary students, and to other people who are a little less familiar with the digital humanities, to kind of bring it outside of the academy, if that makes sense. And so one of the things we're thinking about is how-to guides, like how to use the site, how to find things, but also going through the database again to find all the projects that actually have lesson plans attached to them, right? And then we can make a kind of discovery tool on our website so that teachers can find the projects that are already speaking to high school audiences. So things like that. Yeah. Did I run out of time? And I guess in terms of how do we define the projects, we do have a glossary of terms on the website that we use to define projects. Public humanities projects can be a little murky in terms of where do you draw the line. But we are typically thinking about cultural heritage projects. Most of them have some kind of, they're projects that are using the tools of the humanities to do work for and with the public. So there's often a humanities scholar attached to them, but we do have a lot of projects in there that are kind of amateur historians and community historical heritage groups and things like that that can also kind of make a claim to doing work in the public humanities.
네, 저는 여기 진행 요원 스텝이기도 해가지고 이미 끝날 시간입니다, 사실. 끝날 시간인데 지금 진행이 되고 있어서 매우 마음이 불편합니다. 그래서 아주 빠른 속도로 답변을 하려고 했는데 제가 꺼버렸네요, 창을. 이런 그냥 기억나는 대로 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 한국 역사인물 데이터베이스 만드는 거 사실 엉망진창으로 만들려고 그러면은 지금 당장 한 일주일 만에 만들 자신이 있습니다. 근데 데이터 자체가 너무 엉망입니다. 데이터 형식적으로도 내용적으로도 혹은 둘 다 문제 있는 경우가 너무 많습니다. 이미 데이터는 많습니다. 그 모 기관에 있는 혈연 정보 빼고는 그 혈연 정보조차도 그 모 기관에서 이제 서버 유지가 안 돼가지고 공공기관으로 이전하거든요. 이전 작업 중이고, 그래서 다 공공 데이터에 있습니다. 근데 공공 데이터에 있다고 좋은 데이터는 아닙니다. 그래서 이것들을 다 모아서 해야 되는데, 그러려면 솔직히 말해서 소위 말하는 요즘 소버린 AI 라고 불리는 것을 통해서 한국 역사 인물은 한국에 대한 데이터죠. 당연히 중요할 수밖에 없습니다. 그 얘기를 할 수밖에 없다고 생각을 하고요. 빠른 시간 내로 하려면 소버린 AI와 같은 거를 주장하면서 정부의 돈을 받아서 대형으로 지을 수밖에 없습니다. 그리고 최소한 연내 몇십억 정도 받아가지고 진행을 하는 게 맞을 겁니다. 그게 아니라면 저 개인적으로는 그냥 마음 편안하게 한 20년 보고 제가 정년하기 전까지만 기본적인 토대를 만들면 되지 않을까라는 생각을 하면서 그냥 쬐끔쬐끔한 프로젝트로 야금야금 만들고는 있습니다. 그래서 크게는 그 두 방향이 있고, 개인적으로는 1번 방향을 누가 하든 제가 하든 뭐 딴 사람이 하든 할 수밖에는 없다고 생각을 합니다. 그 다음에 두 번째 얘기는 이제 사실상 보상에 대한 얘기로 들립니다. 보상에 대해서는 이거는 저희뿐만이 아니라 비즈니스 쪽에서도 충분히 고민을 하고 있는 부분입니다. 생성형 AI 쪽에서. 왜냐? 생성형 AI의 학습 데이터를 끊임없이 인간의 저작권이 있는 혹은 저작권의 위험이 있는 거를 쓰고 있는데 이거에 대해서 보상을 해주고 싶어요. 사실 생성형 AI 쪽에서도. 마치 우리가 음악 스트리밍 서비스를 이용하면 그거에 상응하는 저작권을 받듯이 말이에요. 근데 이거는 아직까지 명확하게 되어 있지는 않습니다. 다만 지금 현재 보통 생성형 AI 학습 데이터에서 문제가 되는 거는 생성형 AI의 알고리즘 로직상 얘가 대답하는 어떤 사실이 어떤 학습 데이터를 토대로 했는지에 대해서 얘기하기가 매우 어려운데 제가 생각하는 방식은 RAG 방식이기 때문에 그나마 기본적인 카운팅이 조금 더 계산하기 좋지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 예, 빨리 끝내라고 해서 끝내겠습니다.
저도 빨리 끝내야 되는 거죠? 예, 답변 저도 한국어로 해보겠습니다. 너무 궁금하네요. 어떻게 영어로 번역되는지. 네, 테스트 해보셔야 한다고 해서 토론에 대한 답변은 한국어로 하겠습니다. 먼저 이재현 교수님께서 말씀해 주셨던 그 연구재단 펀딩 받은 자료인데 왜 이렇게 보기 어렵게 해놓느냐. 이거는 그 성대 그 연구소만의 문제만은 아니고 대부분의 사실 경험하실 거예요. 대부분의 공공 펀딩으로 이렇게 만들어진 이 많은 그 자료들이 보기 어렵게 보지 말라고 이렇게 만들어 놓은 게 굉장히 많죠, 사실은. 근데 저도 연구 계획서를 써본 경험이 있지만 서비스 계획까지는 제가 알기로는 그렇게 구체적으로 쓰지 않습니다. 네, 이거 쉽게 보게 만들어야 된다라는 것까지는 쓰지 않아서 잘 정리해서, 그러니까 이제 연구자니까 이제 보기 어려운 것들을 잘 정리해서 디지털화해서 공개하겠다 정도까지는 이제 그 연구 계획에 보통은 들어가는데 이용자가 잘 쓰게 하는 것까지를 연구 계획으로 보지는 않는 것 같아요. 일반적인 토대 연구 체계 안에서는. 그래, 지금 그게 이제 우리나라 제도권 연구의 문제라고 생각하고요. 그 제도권 연구에서 이루어지는 그런 문제를 좀 지적하고 싶었고요. 사실은, 예.
근데 거기서 거부를 할 때 이유가 저작권 이슈 때문에 못 보여준다 이렇게 나오는데 거기서 말하는 저작권이 뭔지를 제가 잘 모르겠어요.
그러니까 저작권이라는 거는 자료가 이렇게 있으면 자료가 무상으로 취득된 거일 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있는데, 예, 무상으로 취득된 거일 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있는데 그 자료에 대한 그 저작권자들의 권리를 말씀하시는 것 같아요. 제 생각엔 그렇습니다. 예. 그래서 그러니까 신문도 신문 제작자가 있잖아요. 신문사가 있잖아요. 그러니까 신문사의 권리를 얘기하는 거겠죠. 신문이라고 한다면. 근데 근대신문 TV를 그러는 건 조금 윤리적으로 이상하네요. 네. 네, 조금 이해가 아까 그 일제강점기 그거랑 좀 비슷한 상황인 것 같고요. 그리고 예, 그래서 일반 연구자들이 하고 일반 이용자들의 이용이 제한되는 경우가 굉장히 많은데 사실 제가 이 연구를 계속 하고 있는 이유 중에 하나도 이제 그런 퍼블릭 액세스를 조금 더 윤리적으로 활용하게 할 수 있도록 하는 고민을 하고 있기 때문에, 그리고 또 그것이 시청각 기록에서 조금 더 그런 문제가 많이 벌어지고 있습니다. 아마 사진이나 영상을 공개한다고 하면 더 이런 일이 많아질 거예요, 앞으로. 그리고 콘텐츠의 내용 활용 문제를 이제 오늘 오시지 못하셨지만 류인태 교수님이 토론문을 미리 주셔서 토론 내용을 조금 준비를 했습니다. 말씀하셨던 대로 정보 접근성을 좀 접근하는 문제가 가장 고민이 돼야 될 것 같습니다. 인포메이션 액세스에 대한 고민을 거의 대부분 아카이브에서 많이 해본 적이 없었던 것 같습니다. 아카이브 쪽에서는 그래서 서비스 메타데이터를 잘 준비해야 된다라는 말을 쓰기도 합니다. 우리가 보통 아키비스트들이 관리자들이 쓰는 그 메타데이터가 있고 그 중에서 다 쳐내고 이용자들이 필요한 서비스 메타데이터가 따로 있는데 서비스 메타데이터를 따로 준비하는 데가 많지 않아요. 1분 남았다고 하네요. 그래서 서비스 메타데이터를 말씀하셨던 대로 AI 도움을 받아서 사물, 인물, 장소, 지역 이런 식으로 좀 세그먼트해서 공개를 하면 조금 더 좋겠다라는 생각을 하고, 그리고 방송사 내부적으로는 이런 서비스가 이루어지고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 내부 이용자들은 이미 그 서비스를 잘 쓰고 잘 검색해서 제작에 활용하고 있습니다.
네, 여기서 좀 죄송. 예, 플로어에서 질문들을 좀 하시고 싶어 하시는 분들이 계셔서 네. 예.
So I'm really sorry. I'm going to make my question really short. So please don't hate me. And I have a question for Mali. Okay. First, thank you so much for doing such important work under this hostile political situation in the US. And I'm sure, okay, you have lots of partners from Black communities, right, local communities. But judging from your presentation, it looks like actual project members until recently were all white. So that's what I noticed. And the question I may ask is, can it be truly inclusive then? Because if I start, say, project about Native American language or community, the first thing I will do is to compose the project members, maybe 50% from Native American communities. But in your project, I was a little, how can I say that? A little confused. So what do you think? Thank you.
It's a really great question. I mean, and so I've been trained in African American literature and African American cultural studies for a lot of years now. And I'm not a Black person, obviously, but I was trained by a white archivist who was a member of the civil rights movement and taught me to believe that I could still play a role in this work. The Celebrating Sims project began with 2 white faculty members and an advisory board of about 15 Black community members. And so I didn't put all of their photographs on the screen, but they were as much authors of that project as we were, in fact, more so. But we are working at a predominantly white institution where, especially when I started, there were relatively few Black faculty and a kind of minority of Black students. And so we have always been trying to find ways to make sure that our Black community partners and Black colleagues and Black students are authors of the work, while also understanding that they can have allies and that we can be good allies to them, right? And so our new team, the new team is now me, Courtney, and Fawn Amber Montoya, so it's so, I'm really excited to be working with them in the next stage of mapping BDPH. In particular, Fawn Amber Montoya, who is of Mexican American heritage, is going to be helping us think about this Latin American issue and how we might think about Spanish and linguistic diversity inside of the project. So that's something that we are always thinking about. And I think it's a really great question, and it's one of the reasons why I'm so committed to making sure that whenever I do work in this, I'm doing it with as much care as possible.
Thank you and congratulations.
And do you have more questions? Just one. 질문 하나만 딱 더 받을게요. 혹시 질문 있으실까요? Yeah, good. Perfect. So, thank you for the presenters and discussants for this rich and stimulating discussion. And sorry for make you rush. So we'll now take a short break. Please return by 4 o'clock for next session. And the next session is for the rethinking theory and methods for the future of the humanities, moderated by Professor Yong-Soo Kim. Yeah, so now you can rest. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, you work. 그냥 시작하나요? 아니면 뭐 누가 그래 시작해요? 아, Okay, let's begin our roundtable discussion. This huge conference is coming to an end. So with this roundtable discussion, it was a very successful conference, I think. I'm sorry. Before we move on to our roundtable discussion, I think we have to congratulate Korean University because we didn't mention this, but this conference is organized by Korea University and celebrating their 120th anniversary. Wow, 120 years. So I really want to really give congratulations, Korea University faculty members and everyone. Okay. Okay. So our roundtable discussion topic is huge. So it's almost impossible to have a discussion because if you look at the title, it's Rethinking Theory and Methods for the Future of the Digital Humanities. So we have these huge three keywords: theory, methods, and the future. So I don't think 1 hour will be enough. But I think it's a very good opportunity for us to freely talk about these issues because our presentations is all about their own research. So it's very specific. But what a good chance to share our ideas and opinions, not just their own special areas, but also in general parts of digital humanities. And also we are all from different countries, from United States and China and South Korea. And even on the floor, we have many different scholars from different countries. So what a wonderful opportunity to share with our different views and experiences and prospects. So I will lead the discussion, but don't feel pressured. So just share your ideas freely. Because this is a very huge topic. So one thing I want to begin is that last night we had a reception, even though, I didn't mention, Lev Manovich was originally scheduled to be here, but he couldn't join us. I feel sorry for that. But so that's why we have 3 panel members. Last night we had a reception in our personal conversation. One of the professors at Korea University asked me, "What is digital humanities after all?" I don't think she doesn't know about the definition of digital humanities because she's working in this field. But the reason why she's asking the question is, so what is this? What's the fundamental principles and definitions? So before we talk about the future of digital humanities and this theory and very difficult topics, I think it's a very good way to approach this issue is to get back to the fundamentals, get back to the roots of digital humanities. So I think best way to begin with, think about the roots and the principles is that the definition of digital humanities. What is digital humanities? So, because it's another difficult question for you to answer right away. So while you are thinking about your own personal definition of digital humanities, let me explain why I think this is an important question to you. First of all, when you talk about the roots of digital humanities, I have in mind 2 things. One is the Digital Humanities Manifesto 2.0. It is published in 2009. I'm not sure many of you are aware of that document, but it was always an inspiring document for me because it was a manifesto. So even though you are not aware of that, let me remind you, it's all about counterculture. They say digital humanities began with this hippie Western California, hippie counterculture movement. So our background is there. So the basic impulse of digital humanities, at least in the United States, is all about this non-commercial, anti-authoritarian, public-friendly, and collaboration, openness. So we have these principles. But while we are having a discussion all day long, Marley, you talked about caring and very inspiring talk. So it has the same root, the digital humanity. Many people think when they think about digital humanities, they just think it's just a combination of digital technology and humanities. But that's too simplistic, right? But when we think about the roots of digital humanities, it's all about caring and collaboration and preserving the minor voices. So I think that's one very important aspect and principle of digital humanities we should not forget. And your presentation was a living proof why it's such an important issue, and even for the future, right? So I think in terms of, that's why I talk about the manifesto. At the same time, have you ever thought about the word digital? So it has a Latin origin, and it is digitus. Digital, it means fingers, right? The digitus is fingers. So you can interpret the word digital in two ways. One way is about fingers. It's counting numbers, 0, 1. So it's these binary numbers. Yeah, that's what we usually think about digital as computation and calculation, numbers. But the second thing we should not forget is about hand. Hand is our body part that touches and make, doing things. And we shake hands with other people. So we connect to other people, we make things, we collaborate with each other. So that's why we have to get back to the root meaning of the word digital. So digital is not just about numbers, calculation, quantification. It's also about human contact, human cooperation, and coalition you talked about. So once, while remembering these roots, we can begin to think about the theory. What should be the theoretical background and principles? And what kind of methods we have to develop or promote to encourage these principles. And also, I think that's the beginning of how we can think about the future. So without that roots, we cannot think about the future. So that's my starting point. So I'll give you a chance. I think you had enough time to think about your own. So don't worry, but just simple, your own definition of digital humanities. And maybe many people on the floor have their own definition. You may have a discussion about the digital humanities. Let's begin with the definition of digital humanities.
Okay. So digital humanities, where the digital meets the humanities. In Black digital humanities as a field, I would say that there are sort of three ways of practicing the digital humanities. So one would be the use of digital mediums, where we're digitizing photographs, or we're putting material out on the web to kind of maybe reach the public. And in the Black digital humanities, I would say that that's sort of predominant. That kind of cultural heritage work is a huge strain in the field. There is also the study of born digital material, which I think is part of the field of Black digital humanities. So there might, like, for example, looking at Black Twitter and studying how people are using Twitter, but also reclaiming other technologies, maybe pre-digital technologies like quilting, for example, as evidence of Black technological creativity, because Black people are often seen as like outside of the digital or not having access or not, kind of controlling that sphere. And so there's a lot of work that is about really kind of reclaiming the creative work that Black people are doing in digital and other technological spaces. And then finally, there's that sort of digital computing, right? Like, so using computational analysis to do humanities work. And there, actually, I think there is a fair amount of skepticism within Black digital humanities because there's a long history of treating Black people as things. And so there is some fear and skepticism toward the treatment of Black people as data points, right? And so we have, big projects in the field like I think it's called Slave Voyages, which has done really incredible work in sort of tracking the kind of like movement of enslaved people from Africa to the New World, but has received some criticism, especially in its early stages, for just treating all of those people as nothing but data points, or sort of reinscribing the enslaver's archive, if that makes sense. And so there is a kind of critical strain within Black digital humanities about this kind of computing or even about big data, and so the emphasis is to always center the human, right? If you're doing digital humanities, you can do that computational work, but it always has to center the human. And so you often see mapping projects or data projects, data analysis projects that are then accompanied by oral history projects, right? So that we don't forget the humans behind the data points.
Wow. I think you are touching on very important issue and also sensitive part, because even though it's a universal issue, because all in a big data study, all human individuals have become is becoming data points, just one data cell, right? One column, right? We exist as one column. But maybe we are not acute about that issue. But in terms of African American studies, it's very, as you said, slaves was objects or possessions. So they have to be much more sensitive, being treated as just simply data points, not as human beings. So I think this, even though this very specific issue to the African American studies, but at the same time, it is a universal reverberation, right? So it is universal appeal, because after all, we all human beings are becoming reduced to simple data points. So that's one thing we have to remember too. Digital humanities always have to be about what is human, right, how to preserve humanness in the age of AI and digital technology, right? You have something more to say?
Just to add, so Miriam Posner has talked about this, and I think someone mentioned it, I think maybe Lev mentioned it yesterday, that like when we turn people into data, we have to reduce them, right? And in doing so, we might actually represent them in ways that they wouldn't represent themselves, right? So, gender or even ethnic identity, we might have much more complicated understandings of our ethnic identity than the way the census records in the United States represent us or other databases.
Yeah. It's about representation, and representation is a very key aspect of literary studies. Seongyeon Jung is a specialist. I remember yesterday we had a student presentation, poster presentation. One of the students, maybe from Seoul National University, she talked about this painful experience. And she highlighted the gap between official record and personal experience. I think it's all about representation. So this official state-powered representation of individual sufferings and this real person's living experience, right? So how to represent this living experience. I think Lev yesterday also touched on this issue too, this this modeling, and maybe this modeling can ignore the specificities and particularities of individual experiences. Wow. But so that's why digital humanities is very important, because all this big tech technology doesn't care about individual human uniqueness, right? Okay, so Songhyun?
Okay, so digital humanities, what I think about digital humanities, basically it's composed of two words, digital plus humanities. So it looks like a simple binary, binary where humanists provide the theory or interpretation and data scientists provide the technical skill. But this turns out to be a methodological failure. The study of humanities for me has always been a sort of solitary pursuit. So my ideal model has always been, the individualistic lone scholar model. But I have to abandon that. So we need to redefine interdisciplinary language. Ways to invent a new common language or shared curriculum. So how can humanists understand the logic of data science, and data scientists can grasp the ambiguity and complexity of humanistic questions? So inventing common language, language common for all, humanists and data scientists. So,
Yeah, so when you talk about this lone scholar in the traditional humanities studies, lone scholar in the traditional humanities studies, that was what I was. So I think many of us here was a lone scholar working alone, working hard on their materials. But digital humanities changed the paradigm. We are working together. It's almost impossible to work alone. Even in your case, it's a huge whole citizens.
So the most important method we need to think about is collaboration itself.
Collaboration, yeah. So actually, so we talked about this collaboration before we begin this discussion. You remember, right? Yeah. Right.
Okay. So just as our professor just talked, that the digital humanity has a should be close related to human, not only digital. Digital is only a tool, but nowadays that because everything is digitized, the material are digitized, the methods are digitized, and just as what I presented in the morning, initially we thought after the book was digitized, it is still a book, but actually when the material are digitized, when the digitized text become intelligent agent, the relation between us and knowledge has changed, because as McLuhan said, the content is a knowledge, the contents has kind of decisive rules in the information communication. The media is the content. So in this new situation, how to still keep the connection among people, that's become a very challenging problem. In China, when we teach, the situation is changed totally. Just several years ago, when you give a lecture, the students pay attention to you, but nowadays, students pay attention to the cell phone, to the computer. They didn't give you a lie. So the teacher, at least for me, is very frustrated. The student just doesn't pay attention to what you said, no matter how much you have prepared for your material. So in this lunchtime, I talked with Molia about that. I think the problem has two sides. On one side, how the student, how the new generation can get out from the digital environment. We thought that the digital enhanced our ability, but in another viewpoint, it's become a new constraint. We are constrained in the digital presentation of the real world. On one side, how the student can come out from the digital virtual world, not here. But for teacher, what can we present to student? What can we offer help? What kind of help a student still need from us? If only for knowledge teaching. The students thought OpenAI is better than you. And at least they know more about the teacher. So what can we have, can offer to students? What's the homework what kind of homework can we give students to finish after the class? And what we can say to trigger the student interest in the classroom that we try to figure out in this new environment. Actually, I have begun to change the classroom. I have to change the way I teach. I asked the student to collaborate with me to finish the project. I just most of the time in classroom, I ask the student to do some handoff work, to do some work, need collaboration, need discussion, not only the knowledge, the teaching knowledge and the communication. This is one aspect. Another aspect, I try to let students reflect the digital part of digital humanity. So you just mentioned the collaboration. So we need to emphasize the collaboration between student, also between teacher and the student. This is a microscope collaboration. In the macroscope collaboration, I think this event, the value, the contribution of Korean University to hold this event to improve the collaboration between country, between different culture. So I think probably at the least one resolution to the puzzle of the digital frustration and puzzle of the digital environment and artificial intelligence environment. Challenge to us is increase the collaboration, emphasize the collaboration between individual and between organization, between country.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about talking about the collaboration, international scale, in the later part of our roundtable discussion. But you already raised that issue, so maybe we can naturally move on to that issue later on. But Professor Jun Wang touched on a very important part of this digital technology and digital tools. I think so. You mentioned it's very constraining at the same time. You talked about the importance of human being, humanness, and this. Ironically enough, this digital technology is constraining the human uniqueness or human liberties, whatever. So I think it has two sides, right? The digital technology, or at the same time, is liberating. In terms of when you think about this Black cultural heritage, it's a very good tools to preserve and give voice to the silenced and minorities. Only through the digital technology, we have this website, archive, databases. All these tools offer very good opportunities for these records of minority culture can survive and being preserved, right? So in that sense, digital technology can be a huge tool for the minority people to promote their own status. So in that sense, the digital is liberating. At the same time, is constraining, right? This big technology, they control everything, not just our behavior, but our inner thinking, right? This algorithm, this YouTube algorithm know everything about my personal preferences, even my personal desires. So it's scary, right? So this control of individual beings and thinking. So we have this both sides of, it's like two sides of the coin. We have two sides of the digital. It's liberating on the one hand, it's constraining on the other hand. So I think that's one of the important jobs the digital humanists have to solve or have to talk about, right? And remind people, because big tech companies doesn't care, right? So we are the only people who knows about digital technology. At the same time, we are, as a humanist, we can talk about the danger of this big tech technology and control and platform economy and everything, right? So we began our discussion with the definition of digital humanities. Even though we talked about very different things, I think it comes to the same things. Ironically enough, humanness is very important, digital humanities. So why don't we have some feedback from the audience on the floor? So do you have any ideas to add on? Oh.
마이크가 여유가 있습니다.
Thank you so much for sharing your ideas about digital humanities. I'm going to confess, I still don't know what digital humanities is all about yet. But I think, expanding the horizon is great, because digital humanities is inherently interdisciplinary area. But I think at the same time, narrowing down our jurisdiction is also important. The reason is that there is a field called rhetoric. No, I don't think the field exists in Korea, but lots of my colleagues are rhetoricians. And they always claim that the rhetoric is about everything. But to me, a theory of everything is exactly the same as theory of nothing. Or theory of nothing is worse than theory of everything. Or the other way around, it does not matter. So that's why I want to have a little more restricted and narrowed down the version of digital humanities. So what do you think about that?
Okay, well, so yeah, I think there's also another dilemma of digital humanities, because the word digital covers too many things. And everyone has a different idea of what digital means. So it's in a very fast way, it's expanding, right? The field itself is expanding. It is covering everything. So it's very urgent to focus down on the specific area. So narrowing down is also very important. So do you have any specific idea about this issue, this expanding? So I think this is one of the dangers we may encounter in the near future, because we are expanding, but it's at the same time it means it is becoming nothing, right? As you said, if you cover everything, it means nothing. So we have to be very careful about our what we do in the field of digital humanities. So do you have any other good definition of digital humanities? Because we already talked about this for 30 minutes, I think it's time to move on to the next issue, because we cannot stay on the definition. So because we talked about the definition, now it's a very good chance to think about the theory and methods. This theory and methods is also a very huge topic, but we cannot cover everything. But I want to ask you, what comes to your mind? What first comes to your mind when you think about theory in digital humanities in your own field, in your own interested field? So, what is the most promising or urgent theory or method? Let's talk about these two together, theory and methods. So what's the most promising method or urgent issue in terms of theoretical discussion, or what is necessary for the better development of digital humanities in the future? You talked about education. That's another area which is very important. But so let me ask you, in terms of theory and methods, what comes to your mind first, and what's the most important thing in your field or in your own country? So.
Okay, so, and I know Rupika Reesam talks about this too, but for my field and for my work, the theory that drives our work in digital humanities is a Black feminist praxis where you are emphasizing the local and care for the communities involved, and that the work that you do, and I think Kim Gallen talks about this too, in Black digital humanities, you always have to be wary of the ways that the digital can be used to dehumanize and the ways that we can use the digital to rehumanize. And so that means not applying some kind of like universal approach that's always going to work everywhere, but actually working. The theory is to work through the local, through praxis. Which means that method, actually, I don't have a single method, because the method is going to vary depending on the local needs of the people that you're working with. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think as long as the goal is to serve the communities that you're working with, to rehumanize those communities, to serve those communities in a Black feminist theoretical praxis, then the method can actually vary quite dramatically.
Wow, so that's also another very, you touched on a very important issue too, because last 20 years, we have this word distant reading, right? So Franco Moretti suggested this method of distant reading as a solution to studying world literature. It's not just about literature, but it has a huge impact on digital humanities discussion and methodology. So we all kind of obsessed with this distant reading. So Lev yesterday mentioned this danger of modeling, right? The big data studies ignores these particularities. So you talked about this local and caring. So Black feminist studies is like maybe now when you think about the future of digital humanities, maybe it's time to move from the distant to the close, in another sense, right? It's not just a close reading of the real text, but these local issues, very specific problems in our living experiences. Yeah, it's a Black feminist or the Korean people, everyone has their own specific issues. So once we begin, not from the distant, but from the realities or living experiences, then we have maybe different methodologies, different techniques, and we can maybe creatively devise new methodologies, right? So I think that's very kind of paradigm shifting perspective, right? So from the global to the local, from the distant to the close. Not that we have to ignore, let's forget about the distant. No. Digital humanities is all about big data analysis. We have to hold on to the distant reading, but at the same time, we have to pay closer attention to the particularities and humanness and living experiences, the issue of local. Thank you very much. Okay, Song-Hyun.
Okay, first, I'd like to say that, one of the amazing things about doing digital humanities is that, all texts are equal in my study. So I like to call that a decanonization. I mean, no text is canonized in digital humanities. I mean, no text is considered superior or more important than other texts. So each of the texts you are studying gets an equal value in your digital humanities study. But when you are doing a traditional qualitative study, I mean, you have no other choice but to select a few texts, a few works. I mean, it's unavoidable because your time is limited. So it's kind of unavoidable that some texts are treated as more important and more influential and more educational, and other texts are neglected. But in digital humanities, I mean, every text and every object gets an equal value. So I find this very amazing and sort of revolutionary. I mean, applying egalitarian principles to all objects of your study. Okay, so I have to stop now.
Okay, so decanonization, because I'm a literary scholar, it's a very familiar issue, the decanonization. But it's also very much related to Marley's point, right? These local issues has a lot to do with this decanonized text and materials. Okay.
Just as we talked about the theory about the digital humanity, I want to answer this question from the aspect of learner. In recent years, we have organized several digital humanity workshops for our students, and from 2022, 2023, and 2024. In 2023, we organized an international workshop, collaborated with Harvard and Princeton. We held the 3 university collaborative workshop for digital humanity. So based on this kind of experience, that from their beginning, the students are interested in digital humanity because of the material they need to process become large and large. It's impossible for you to finish them by close reading. So in the first stage of digital humanity, people try to use various digital methods to deal with that kind of humanitic material, such as social network analysis, GIS visualization, text analysis techniques such as a topic model. This is the first stage of digital humanity, and these 3 are the very typical digital humanity method. But then AI came. AI can answer all your questions. You don't need to learn Python. It just asks it to do all this work for you. So I think the digital humanity now face a challenge by AI. Then I found that the student wants the unique answer. I mean, several years ago, one decade ago, the scholar of encyclopedia style are admired by everybody. But nowadays, we don't need the scholar like encyclopedia. You cannot exceed OpenAI in knowledge scope. The large language model has captured the world knowledge. But when you ask OpenAI, it gives you an answer. When he asks OpenAI, he gives you the same answer. In this situation, everybody wants to get a personalized, customized, individualized answer. How can we do that? This is a new situation. That means in this stage, in AI-driven digital humanity, we need to get more and more style of human. Because if we retreat back to human side, everybody has his own understanding. Everybody wants his own contribution. Everybody has own interpretation to the same piece of task. But OpenAI will give you same answer because his answer based on the whole corpus of the data he collected from the web. So therefore, as mentioned to the theory that we try to, in fact, we try to solve this problem in 2023's workshop, because when we talk about the large language model, it's kind of model. The strength of AI is derived from the model because it has captured the very nuanced pattern in the language. It's built a model. When you ask question, it's not answer you like a human. It's answer you from the pattern, from the model. It captured, it obtained from the analysis of large corpora. So for the teaching of the digital humanity course, students want to know, for this kind of question, for that kind of material, for this disciplinary, for this field, can you give me a small model, a small theoretical model to deal with this kind of problem? Actually, we try to summarize this kind of model for historical material. For example, if you study the modern history of China, or if you study the ancient history of China, you need to follow different paths. Because for example, if you study the ancient history of China, the material are only existing piece of the whole history. You cannot. It's impossible for you to collect all the material related to the ancient time. You have to use your imagination to fill the gap. So in this way, we build a teaching syllabus that how should you use the digital method. In the same time, you should pay attention. You should be cautious about the result produced by machine. But when we come to the modern history, basically is objective facts. I want to say that if we want to build the theoretical model or theory for digital humanity, we have to narrow down to specific area, narrow down to specific material.
Finally, we came to the issue of AI. Right? Everyone was thinking of AI. So, okay. So you talked about this huge large language model have this universal applications, and it just gives the same answers. But now maybe it's time to turn to maybe small language models or domain-specific large language models, something like that. So maybe digital humanities have feel that need more than any other field, because other fields, the contemporary language models are good enough, right? But in digital humanities, we are talking about the historical materials, Chinese material, Korean materials. So it all has a different domain, right? So the current modern day large language models cannot answer to these specific questions arising from digital humanities scholars and students, right? So maybe we need the specific domain specialized language models. Maybe we have to develop, and we can have the.
Therefore, we build the Medium platform. We let the user to define the scope of the material he wants to process. Yes, it's not is not compared with the large corpus of the internet. But those scope of material are the materials that the researcher are interested in. And then we let the user choose the model, choose the large language model that's suitable to process this kind of material. For example, we found that we compared all the models developed in China. We found that DeepSeek is good at Chinese language processing because it has a lot of students from my university to annotate data, especially in the Chinese department and English department. But for the large language model developed by Douyin, the TikTok, it's very good at processing image and video because it's training data from TikTok. In this way, the researcher define his own material need to be processed. He choose the model that's suitable for processing this kind of material, then develop his own AI agent. In this way, he can get his unique answer, his individual answer, even with the AI tools. This is the basic idea behind the system we built.
Okay. We already spent 50 minutes. Wow. So originally, they gave us 2 hours, but I think that's too much. And actually, our another event is coming at 5:30, so we have to end this session before that. So we don't have much time left. So because we are talking about AI, and many people in this room has a lot of interest and their own problems or issues with the AI. So maybe you have something in mind. So if you have anything to say, feel free to raise your hand and make a comment in this session. And I think it's time to move on to the issue of the future of digital humanities, because we talked about theory and methods, and even you talked about AI. So in terms of not just the research and education, Professor Jun Huang talked about education a lot. So when we talk about the future of digital humanities, so let me ask you, because you are from different countries, why don't you talk about the current situation of digital humanities in your own country, and what is going on, and what is the problem, and what is the key issue right now, and what kind of direction are you heading? So I think that kind of information will be very helpful to our audience, because many of us are from South Korea, and we are very much interested in other countries' situation. And so why don't you talk about the current situation and what has to be done in your own country's digital humanities field. At the same time, maybe you can talk about the education part. So we didn't cover much education, so it's a very good time to talk about education. So our future generation, they are living quite a different age. I'm kind of scared because we don't have a problem, but in the near future, they will graduate universities, and for more than 30 years, they will live with the artificial intelligence. So it's a huge question and a very important issue, how to teach our students for the age of AI. So why don't you begin?
So I guess 2 things. So to start with the first part of your question, in the US at least, the humanities has been actively devalued for a number of years. Everyone says, don't do humanities, do STEM. It's not treated as a valuable degree for our students, and so a lot of humanities departments are being consolidated, and we're sort of fighting for our value, I guess, within the university. The digital humanities has been seen as a kind of way of revitalizing the humanities, although ironically, the government just shut down all of the digital humanities funding programs. So perhaps that was a false hope. But I think that to come to the question of, the future, and certainly working with students, and this comes back to my public digital humanities sort of scope, is that I think what the digital humanities offers students very often is a way of doing work that can speak to the public and thereby have that kind of tangible sense of value, as opposed to some of the, as a literature professor, some of the essays and assignments that we often assign can feel to students, especially non-majors, as, okay, it's just a kind of busy work, or they're forcing, what's the value of this? What's the point of this? That kind of thing. And so I think that when you're doing work that can address the public, and especially when you're doing work where communities are involved and the students are actually involved with their communities and they're seeing that kind of care, they're being asked to care, and they're seeing the kind of effect of their work on people. I think that really motivates students. It helps them understand the value of the humanities. It also fights against that kind of urge to just get ChatGPT to do your assignment for you, because they're seeing the real value of their work.
Yes.
And so that's something that I try to do in my classes, and I think that that's something that the digital humanities has brought to the humanities classroom, and that I think really has a place in its future.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the origin of the word digital, right? Digitus is all about hand, touching, and making. So traditional humanities may remain kind of abstract and distant, and it's not tangible. But as you said, by introducing digital humanities methods to humanities classroom, students can feel the realities, this tangible sense of realities, right? So I think that the digital tools give students the means to connect to the real world, right? So I think that's a very good point. Okay. So I wonder, before we move on to the Korean situation, I wonder about so I know digital humanities was a big thing in the United States for the past 20 years, but how about now and the future? So is it becoming more and more powerful, or attracting more students and scholars, or it's just stagnant? Or
well, I think the issue is that it's resource intensive. It's very expensive, and with the government not funding it anymore, we have a limited number of private foundations that fund this work, and so I think that there is a feeling of crisis in the field at the moment, and that's why I'm trying to think about other strategies for doing the work, because the more dependent digital humanities is on not just big data but big money, the more fragile it is, because that money can be withdrawn at any moment. And I think right now we're operating in the US under a government that does not see any value in any version of the humanities.
So in your
digital or not.
well, in your presentation, I think I was very impressed that when you say, why don't we do research without money? Yeah. Right? Why do we have to be totally dependent on this funding? Everyone is talking about funding. Why don't you do that? No money, right? I think that's a very easy way out. And the government is they change their mind all the time, especially, I have to be very careful. Trump administration, they are maybe cutting funding for humanities. So we are kind of becoming dependent on this commercial or government intervention or pressure to really build on our principles of digital humanities, of caring and preserving, giving voice to the minorities. We have to be somewhat free from funding. So I think this idea of not with no money, but why don't we do everything with little money, right? We can do that, right? With small resources, small computer, with small amount of money, right? So I think we need to change our mindset, right? Okay, so. We are poor, and we will be poor.
But sometimes we need to purchase data, right? Actually, I have no problem, with obtaining my data because all my data can be acquired from Gutenberg project.
Yeah.
And I'm my major is 19th century poetry, so I have no problem with copyright. Right. But I know that some other humanist researchers need to literally buy their data, from a private company or from the government organization. Yeah.
Also, now we are having a debate. Finally, we are having a debate. We have different views, right? So, do you have any idea about this funding issue? I suggest we don't need money, but how can you do anything without money, right? Do you have any idea about this issue from the audience? No? Okay. Yeah, I think it's difficult, I know. But
Okay. So, anyway, I think the future of humanities methods lies in a kind of a synthesis between, what we call, distant reading and, close reading. So, computational methods are exceptional at revealing macro-level patterns that no human reader could grasp. However, interpreting the meaning of those patterns, for example, why they matter socially or politically, remains the essential domain of humanistic theory and close reading. So, is it possible to build a methodology that effectively scales between the macro-level finding, which is mostly a statistical pattern, and the micro-level interpretation? So I'm still wondering about that. Is it really possible to, build such a kind of methodology? Yeah, so that was my question.
okay, so I think because you are most interested in stylistics and stylistic analysis of literary text, that's why I think you are much more open to this small scale, detailed analysis of these textual subtleties, right? So yeah, I think there's a huge task to this compromise or this distant macro analysis and this micro level detailed subtle literary analysis. So that's a huge task. That's what something we have to always remember. All right. How about? I'm sorry. Professor Jongwook, sorry.
Yeah. I think the question is, you want me to share about the whole picture about the China digital man, right? Actually, I'm unable to depict the whole picture of the China because it's too big. But I can only tell based on my experience for organizing, teaching workshop, and do research in recent years. Generally speaking, that I found that at least 2/3 of digital humanity project I saw in China is not digital humanity. The 1/3 is actually a digital library project, because our digital humanities center at the Peking University developed from a small digital library lab that I directed for 20 years, for more than 10 years. So I know what is digital humanity. If you focus on digitizing all kinds of material, build a digital system, build a platform, all of this belong to including archive, digital archive, all this belong to the digital library. This is 1/3. Another 1/3 is just apply some digital method like social network analysis and do some topic modeling, computation work, and draw some picture and give some statistics data, put that your paper. They call it as a digital humanities research work. That is not digital humanities work. It's a research work decorated with digital method. So what is the real digital research? The digital humanities research. That I think that then we return to the first question: what is digital humanities? I think the real digital humanities work, the first criteria is that it must be a real humanity question. To raise a real humanity question, you must have a lot of reading. Only through the traditional close reading, you can form a real humanity question. To answer this question, comparing with the traditional research paradigm, we now have a huge amount of data. We now have AI tools. You can use all kinds of this new digital method, but still combined with your thinking, with your reflection gained through humanity training. Then, and the last step, you must give a deep interpretation, deeper than the surface computation result, than the visualization result. So to achieve this, we must have a real conversation between humanities scholar and a technical like me, technical staff like me. The conversation, in fact, is very difficult and very challenging. We need to understand each other. And if we can achieve this, a real digital humanities research can be conducted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Wow. So I think that's a very good conclusion. It was very shocking to hear that 2/3 of Chinese digital humanities are not digital humanities. It's just a digital library.
I think you better not tell my colleague in China.
Okay. Not you. Somebody else said 2/3 of the digital humanities are not digital humanities. But seriously, yesterday Javier Cha talked and he distinguished digital humanities and computational humanities. I think that's why he distinguished these two different disciplines by using different words. Because
I
when
want to say that is the innovation of STEM into the humanities.
Yeah.
But that's not the digital humanities.
Yeah. So. Oh, okay.
His response was unclear still.
Right.
Okay. Yesterday, in his presentation, he was clear. Digital is different from computational. So I exactly asked the question, then what is the difference? Then his answer was, it depends. So that means, is there a difference really? Because if we cannot answer the questions, I think Marley mentioned similar, if you cannot answer the questions, and then maybe we don't know the questions and we don't know the answers either. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not Javier, but
I thought he said the digital is more about medium and the computing is more about method. So if you're using computational analysis on an object, then that's computing. Whereas if you are digitizing something, putting it into a digital medium, and that's the work, then that's the digital.
That's the last sentence he said, but until that point, he just opened up many possibilities and eventually implying that.
Because I'm not Javier, but I can answer from his position. But I think Marley gave us a good point to begin to think about this distinction between digital and computational. So the way I always solve this problem is to get back to the original meaning, right? Digital means 0 and 1, these numbers. So digitization, right? Archiving, and when Jun Wang talked about digital library, so that's kind of a digital humanities, so digital, right? But computational means something else. by using these digitized materials, we compute, we calculate, we apply statistical methods to these materials and get from this material, out of these materials, the very important humanistic insights. So this algorithmic approach, algorithmic applications of digital methods is, I think, computational. When people talk about computational. So that's my own personal take. So don't ever think this is a definite answer.
Conclusion, but my background is linguistics. Because when I see, this is my first digital humanities conference, when I just see the presentations, so that's definitely computational linguistic style. Right? Computational linguistics. So people might say, well, we have been doing that for 20 years, something like that, right? So topic modeling, lots of people use topic modeling, and people use the SPACY as a tool. Then natural language processing, even natural language processing is a field of computational linguistics, right? Then the borderline, the clear, making a distinction between digital and computational. Is it really meaningful? Okay, I'm skeptical. No.
Yeah, this is a typical comment from linguists. We already did in the 1980s and 1990s. Why suddenly are you crazy about this? Right. We already did. But because if we had Lev Manovich today, we had a very inspiring, you may have this discussion because that was what I had in mind in preparing for this panel discussion, because most of Korean digital humanists are focusing on textual materials. I think that's a huge mistake. One of the presenters today talked about audio-visual materials, but we tend to forget the importance of this visual medium. So how we began to develop digital humanities, first of all, was this totally changed situation of multimedia. Yeah. It was not just about textual transmission of information. So that's what is so different from traditional linguistics.
That's something I am extremely interested in, because there's a language processing there, but language and some image sometimes go hand in hand, right? So let's say there is graphic novels. Then there are text components and there are visual components too. If you can process both of them, that will be, to me, that will be a perfect digital humanities project.
Right. So that's why I kept, at the beginning of this roundtable discussion, that's why I mentioned Digital Humanities Manifesto 2.0. So key claim of that document was the importance of the visual presentation, visual media, visual communication. So most of the Korean digital humanities scholars are focusing on textual materials, but even though we don't have time left, but I really want to make sure it's not just about text. It's all about this multimedia mediums and visual, audio, even interactive game, all these things. I think Lev was yesterday showed very well the examples of what kind of digital humanities studies can be in terms of audio-visual analysis and even data visualization, right? It's all about design. So design is the key component, should be key component of digital humanities field. So, but that's one thing I'm feel sorry about that. So it's 5:13. So we have to conclude our discussion. We can. So it's all about collaboration. We talked about education. And Professor Jun Wang talked about this, not just simple 2 or 3 scholars collaboration, this large scale, macro scale international collaboration, right? So we had a very good chance the last 2 days. We have many scholars from different countries. We communicate with each other. So we know now, I know you, so we have to work together to do some very interesting humanistic questions to solve that. and East Asian comparative studies, and I think there's a lot of things to do, and many of the scholars here are very much interested in this international collaboration. So having said that, in terms of education too, we had a very good project. It was connecting all these universities in East Asian universities. So because we have a lot of universities are trying to introduce launch the digital humanities undergraduate or graduate program. One big problem is that the lack of educators, lack of professional digital humanists. That's a huge problem. So one thing he came up with was that why don't we connect all these universities, so networked education. So Jaehyun, can you just, as a concluding this panel discussion, why don't you talk about that huge project we did together, right?
Thank you very much for inviting me to the last conclusion part. But I mean, I'm not qualified to say that. I mean, he is one of the members of our, colleagues of our collaboration. And 2 or 3 years ago, we shared the problems together, teaching digital humanities in each university. Because, as Yongsu said, and we have a lack of scholars and a lack of educators in teaching digital humanities. But some of the scholars in there. So why don't we collect them together to teach and then come up with joint teaching courses and have a language, so credit exchange programs and blah, blah, blah. But then it didn't work out that well. Because the barriers of individual universities so high. And then in order to do that, we need to change all the university curriculums and even teaching languages. Some of the universities required to teach in English, and some of them are teaching in Korean, and then so it was really difficult. So our project is half succeed, but I guess, Korea University and other university, they got some funding from the government exactly to do for this. Making a consortium and then have educators together to teach different and come up with the different curriculums in DH education and then exchange students. So maybe Seung-eun and other educators in Korea University might be able to say the results of the project so far.
So maybe one of the professors in Korea University has to answer, because we had this idea of networked education, but in reality, Korea University got the funding from the government, and they have to do a networked education, but they refused to answer. So because it's time to conclude this roundtable discussion. So before we conclude this discussion, I'll give you a last chance to raise a question or make a comment. Anyone? Nobody? Okay, that's good. Oh, you have. Okay, just one person. Okay, no more chance. All right.
I don't know whether I can share my personal problems doing some DH research here, but I feel like I caught up in the middle between the two fields. One is cultural analytics, and the other one is AI-generated things, especially narratives. So I'm in the field of Korean literature, and then using some computational analysis to do, and then work on the 1920s magazines and other stuff. And that's my cultural analytic part. But then suddenly, AI-generated narratives came in, and then I'm working at the science and technology-oriented school, and then a lot of students and then graduate students are working on generating narratives using the LLMs and then advanced technologies. Even as I mentioned, you mentioned like multimodal training. They transforming the text into video, audio, data, and then so pieces of work. So nowadays, what they're working on is to using the short stories and the novels to come up with the video clips. And then some of them is working. And then while they're doing so, as a literary scholar, what can I do? What should I do to teach and then help them to, and then guide this kind of AI-generated literary pieces? How can the literature can involved in this transformative process and then help them to move further? That's one thing. And the second one is, how can we interpret AI-generated text in the field of literature? That's really challenging to me because, lack of my knowledge, it's kind of difficult to get myself involved in interpreting AI-generated text yet. So, in between these fields of cultural analytics and the interpretation of AI-generated text, I don't know what to do. Do you have some ideas? Could you help me out?
Maybe literary scholar has to answer these questions. You're English major, right? But I think it's too difficult a question because even you cannot solve this problem. How can you? But do you have any suggestion or maybe? So let's make it short because this
your comment reminds me that there are some values, some theoretical or critical values that we must refuse to compromise in embracing, big data and AI and computational methods. So what do you think are those values? Values that we must protect. Or would you agree to the idea that there are some values that we must refuse to, compromise in embracing, digital humanities and computational methods? You don't understand my question? Okay.
I think it's not time for question. You have to end this session.
I'm asking all of you.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe Marley, maybe you can give a last word to this roundtable discussion because in terms of local public digital humanity, in terms of public digital humanities, what can be not just the negative side, but what will be the positive way of AI generation of images and maybe I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm the biggest AI skeptic in the room, so I probably don't want to ask me this question.
So it's a very almost impossible question to answer. So
I think that I worry so much about. I'm interested in these sort of agent AIs where you've built it using your own sources. I think the fear or the kind of anxieties around AI, first of all, it's the sort of the surveillance that it's sort of like taking your things and then spitting them back out without crediting you for the thing that it's reproducing. It's making errors. It's always veering toward the dominant. So minoritized communities are often being misrepresented or collapsed through these models. And so I'm very skeptical about them generally. I am interested though in the way, but it can be useful for, like, say, transcribing. I use AI generated transcription software, but it always has to come back to the human. The human has to be there to correct.
So one last thing. I'll give you a very good example. We had a physically impaired people and they cannot speak. And we gave them AI tool to draw by typing a picture or images, generating images. That was very healing tool. So AI is not just a bad thing, you know. It can be healing and liberating. Okay, let's conclude this session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who took part in the roundtable discussion, and especially to Professor Yong-soo Kim for serving as a chair. You mentioned the 2 hours might be too long, but it actually feels too short, I think. Yeah. Yeah, please give them a warm round of applause again. Yeah, this brings us to the end of our 2-day conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all of our speakers, discussants, and participants who have joined us over the past 2 days, both in person and online. Your insights, questions, and conversations may have made this event truly meaningful, and we hope these discussions will continue beyond this conference. I'd also like to thank everyone who worked behind the scenes to make this event possible. There's nobody here, but the staff, undergraduate, graduate student assistants, and all the members of the organizing team. Yeah, thank you. Before we conclude, we'd like to take a group photo to commemorate the end of this 2-day journey together. Could I kindly ask everyone to come to the front of the stage and for a quick photo? Yeah. 잠깐 나오셔서 기념사진 한 장만 찍고 가도록 하겠습니다. 네, 빨리 나오셔야 빨리 갈 수 있습니다. 네. 빨리 나와주세요. 네.
안녕하십니까. 잠시 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 이거 끝나고서 곧 저희
네, 발표자, 토론자 선생님들 그리고 청중으로 참여해주신 선생님들도 이제 마지막이니까 사진 같이 한 장 찍고 가시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 김병준 선생님 빨리 내려오세요. 네, 빨리 와주시고요. 네.
화면을
켜주세요. 네. 네. Thank you once again for your participation and contribution. We wish you all have a pleasant evening, and we look forward to seeing you again at next year's conference. This concludes the official program of the conference. We will now begin the KADH General Assembly meeting, which will take place here in the same room. The meeting will be very brief, about 10 minutes, right? Yeah, 10분 내로 끝나겠죠?
We don't have any monitor, presenter.
Yeah, and after the assembly, dinner will be served at the outside of the campus. So if you are not participating in the meeting, please feel free to stay nearby or
you.